Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Is everybody excited? We're not taking a week off. I don't think we're taking a week off again we're taking a week off after this saga, but I think we're still planning on streaming. I don't know if we have any week offs planned again until like Christmas, maybe, I think.
Christmas. Hello, everybody. It's me, Mama Drop.
Hey, first live viewing. Red Potato gifting a tier 1 sub. And someone subbed earlier, but it scrolled away so fast, and the mics weren't hot yet. Let's scroll up. Hefe-san, subscribe with Prime. Thank you so much. That's amazing. We had someone who continued. Yeah, legit ex-Hawaiian. Legit Hawaiian, I think. Is it like anime rules where I'm supposed to ignore the X in the name? Legit Hawaiian subscribing at tier 1. That's their second time subbing. Snickle Fritz 702. Snickle Fritz?
Snickle Fritz is a good name.
That's so good. Subscribed at tier 1. That's their second month in a row. Fantastic. Hello, everybody.
Digital Wolf. Who was the last one I missed?
Oh boy, I must have missed that one too. Oh, First World Problem continued their gift sub. That's amazing. Anonymous gifter gifted a tier 1 sub. Thank you. And Moongaze now has a sub because of the gift. Toilet 52, but spelt like toy. Subbed with Prime.
Stunning.
Oh my god. Cortisol. That's what I missed. Cortisol. That lovely altered spelling of the stress hormone has gifted 10 subs. That's incredible. That makes 15 subs they've gifted. You're amazing.
Glad loves you. I love it. There's a whole bunch of amazing names here.
Cheetah Speed subscribed at tier 1. That's their second month subbing. Incredible. Oh, I was about to do my little practice thing I do where I draw a person, but I just realized I'm not drawing a people today. So I want to talk to everybody about the plan, because we kind of solidified this on my walk back from the dog park. It's my nice ritual on Saturdays that I go to the dog park and have chats with Mama over the phone. On my way back, what we came up with is we are going to be just talking about Water 7. We stopped before the Sea Train. We're not talking the Sea Train. And we're just going to be doing the review this week because the Sea Train is mostly separated so that Mama can read ahead there and be able to get a head start on Enies Lobby, which is pretty long. And I don't think without 2 weeks to read it, she's going to be able to process it well. So because we're not going to have that much content to talk about for the Sea Train, Water 7's Corkboard Corner is going to be part of the Sea Train video. That way there's a lot of space to talk about it. Make sense, everybody?
Also, there is going to be a cork board that goes up in a couple of days.
Yeah, I think it should be going up tomorrow because I have the test edit of it up. So after we do some test watches and clean it up, the corkboard from last video will be going up on YouTube tomorrow.
Yeah.
So yeah, today we're just doing the review. Yeah, it's fair to be sad about it, but next week, because we're talking about so little content, it just makes more sense to next week be tackling the actual theories and everything. And it gives Mama some extra time to like process all of the lore of Water 7, and we can just talk about Water 7 as a story.
Yeah.
I might want to mute notifications. There's a lot of them, but
I forgot.
I'm not good at using Streamlabs.
I forgot to get tissue.
Oh my god, this is incredible.
I'm gonna need tissue.
Nope, you are gonna need tissue to talk about this. Oh my god, what just happened? First world problem. What? How many? 100?
Oh my god.
A first world problem just gifted 100 subs?
That's ridiculous. My mind is blown.
I don't even know how to react to that. I have not conceptualized such a thing. My mic is killing me. I need to switch earbud maybe, and maybe it'll stop blasting my ear, but I think that one earbud is broken. It is just blasting me with static. Oh my god, thank you. More than I am capable of processing. Holy hell. I should mute notifications.
Hype train.
Guys, I'll try to figure out how to mute notification next time. I'm not good at using Streamlabs. I also do want to replace the dinosaur, but I haven't figured out how. I'm not good with this platform.
Like the honesty. The problem with it is that I'm bad.
Guala, thank you for the sub with the Prime. That's incredible. This is I want to scroll back up to thank more people, but I have to scroll past 100 gifted subs. But I know some people subbed that I missed. Level 12 hype train? Oh my
That's
god,
what I
I'm
said.
sorry. Everyone else who subbed, I can't go back up and look to thank you because they've been swept away. It literally won't load high enough. Replacing the dino with the pedals one idea. I also wanted to replace the dino. I came up with an idea of my little stylus sliding past with some colors, but that was actually way harder to animate than I thought I was, so I think I'm just going to replace it with the pedal. I think it's just going to be the pedal.
I have a better
Alori
idea.
Intos gifting a tier 1 sub to Muzarna. Muzarna? Cameron F subscribed with Prime. Incredible. You guys are amazing.
I think you should be replacing it with my little crying face.
You always want to suggest stuff that is specifically you, and like, I do.
Nope.
I know these are the more popular streams, but I do other streams. Nope. By the way,
nope,
anybody, if you don't watch other streams, if you're ever going to watch one of my streams I did, watch it while it's a VOD. We're going to edit a little bit. Kingdom Hearts fans trying to convince me that Kingdom Hearts lore is actually good was so funny. Some of the out of context quotes are Anakin Skywalker is leaking. I don't consider autism a form of brain damage. It's brain damaged children all the way down. How many Soras are there? Sora's eaten 3 Soras now. So many just great out of context quotes. Kingdom Hearts lore is insane. Getting pitched why it's not dumb was the best stream ever. It was so much fun. If anyone hasn't watched it, so good. That is, I think, unironically, my favorite non-Mom Piece stream I've ever done. It was such a good time. So funny. The VOD channel is being worked on. The VOD channel is going to be live on Monday. Monday at midnight. The beginning of Monday on Pacific time. The VOD channel is going to be going live. I've been slowly, because it takes like 3 hours per video when you don't have YouTube partner yet. They don't give you priority upload speeds, so it's very slow to upload the videos, so it's been a process, but I've been bit by bit over the course of this week popping videos on. I'm going to have some non-Mom Piece content on there as well, so that it has a place to live on YouTube, and that the streams I really like are there. The tier list stream has been uploaded, so all of that's going to be released and available on Monday, just so that everybody knows. Yeah,
now
the Tenzan hurts. Talking about how many Soras there are. Come here, buddy.
Pet the boy. And... yeah. Give him treat.
He gave treats. He got treats.
Okay, look, hear me out. I'm not talking about this pedal goes up for that reason. We need a better thing. There needs to be a thing where we're hanging out, but just the pedal going up is for a specific thing.
But subscribing is a commitment. So I feel like a symbol of commitment is actually pretty fitting.
Time for a new thing.
A new meme. I feel like the pedal makes sense because it's about commitment. How many Soras are there? There are 5 Soras that I was able to track during people explaining Kingdom Hearts lore to me, and Sora ate 3 of them. Including himself. He ate his own soul. Kingdom Hearts is nonsense. Thank you for subbing with Prime, Mugiwara Dom. Oh, man. Everyone's a Sora, everyone else is a Xehanort. Look, you're not right, but you're not wrong. God, Kingdom Hearts lore is a mess and I love it. He ate 5, spat 1 out, and re-ate them. Dragonland making a vor joke. No, it makes sense when you talk about Kingdom Hearts. It just checks out. It's apt. Should we get started? I want to intro this by saying, the big thing that I convinced you to watch, the first thing that was like, or not watch, the first media that I pushed hard for you to engage with that you eventually did was the Adventure Zone, which is something we've talked about before, right?
I don't think we talked about the Adventure Zone much here.
We talked about it early on in Mom Piece, I think. I think like episode 1 of Mom Piece.
We alluded to it.
Yeah. So there's no doggo treats because it's on cooldown. Someone did it recently. The Xehanort grooming crimes, that did come up a lot. God, I loved the Kingdom Hearts stream. It was so funny. So we alluded to the Adventure Zone, and what I wanted to say is, I think something emblematic of the different way the two of us engage with media is you, as maybe alluded to last time, love joy, as you've talked about. Joy is very important to you. It's something you really love in media, and you love when media can make you feel joy. And for you, I think the tragedy is important because it makes the joy feel more important. Does that feel like a fair summary?
Yeah, I understand the need for the tragedy. I can get behind the tragedy. But I like somebody, I think that joy is a very difficult thing to do. It's the same as when I talk to actors. Actors and writers always want to perform and make things that are scary or difficult. And I always say that joy and comedy are much more difficult to do.
I agree with you. However, I am also a sucker for horrible tragedy. I love when characters lose stuff. I love when they suffer. So the reason I brought up the Adventure Zone was because your favorite arc was the bittersweet beauty that is the 11th hour, which is probably my second favorite. I think it's wonderful. If anyone has listened to the Adventure Zone, you'll know that the 11th hour is such a good representation of something that is sweet and sad, but in such a beautiful and lovely way, and is about the rich depths of human emotion. Whereas my favorite arc is the Suffering Games.
You're wrong.
And I think that immediately tells you why I love Water 7 so much, and I'm so thrilled to be here.
Now, oh God. I very much did not like that arc when we were doing the Adventure Zone. Wait, what was the name of the story that it was from? The larger story? That the 11th hour was in.
Oh,
I was just trying to remember.
Oh, Balance.
It was just, thank you, the Bureau Balance. So the very first time that you convinced me to do something, you had tried to convince me to get into One Piece before. And then I didn't. And then you convinced me to listen to the Bureau of Balance, which I thought was...
I convinced you is interesting. I told you for a long time to listen to it, and then you decided to when you realized that on your own, independently, you'd been listening to 3 separate McElroy podcasts, not knowing they were brothers who ran the show together that I told you to watch. That's what finally made you want to do it, was finding out that you were already separately listening to 3 out of 4 brothers on their own shows.
Indeed, this is true. So then when I got into it and you were saying that you felt this was one of the best narratives other than One Piece, you always said.
Yeah.
And then when I was finished it, I had to agree that I thought it was one of the very best put together narratives I'd ever heard. I think that, especially considering that they did it on the fly and that he was pulling things in it and doing it off show and then pulling together some of the greatest freaking pieces I had ever seen. But I don't even know if the 11th hour is my very favorite, but I think it was right up there. But then when I got to the one arc that I said to you, like, this is killing my soul, you were like, I know, it's my favorite.
I love it. I love the Suffering Games. I think the Suffering Games is so good. And it's an arc that a ton of the fan base of the Adventure Zone hate because of how brutal and sad and cruel it is. But God, do I love it. And it's also, if tiny bit of spoiler, they are able to rise above it and be clever enough that Griffin gives them the win when it wasn't about that and he didn't want it. And I think it speaks to the beauty of RPGs, that the player's ability to, through cleverness and grit and determination, circumvent tragedy put on them. And that's part of why I love the Suffering Games, because I don't think that means as much without how brutal it was. But by fuck is it brutal. And that's what I love about Water 7. I love how obscenely, grotesquely sad it can get, especially in something as limited as Shonen, where you have to just allude to tragedy and you can't have a lot of brutality on screen. You need to make it character rich to have people care about the trauma and the stakes and the pain.
Well, today's episode is brought to you by Zoro, so it should be good for you.
I love it.
For me, it was also really, you're not supposed to be swearing. Thank you very much, Dragon Lamp. That's a really good point.
I am toning down on my swearing a lot. It turns out a lot of why we couldn't be monetized was that the royalty-free song I bought stopped being royalty-free. I'm allowed to curse a little bit, and I think that was a warranted F-bomb.
Yeah. So when I read this, there were 2 things that were taking place for me. Number 1, we told everybody in the future from the past that I knew of a couple of different spoilers. And this was one that you had told me by accident when I think,
here's the thing. I don't think we can talk about it yet because at this point, I don't think you know unless you know. Okay.
I'm not going to, but I know.
Yeah.
So there's a spoiler that happened here. So for other people, and I think honestly, I think people know. They must know.
I when I was at this point, I didn't know. I was delusional.
Oh, I'm not.
It's pretty common to be delusional at this point. I think if you don't have the spoiler, you are able to convince yourself it's not going to happen.
It's too late. People aren't dumb.
Yeah, no, trust me, the people who are reading along with you, some of them don't know. So we can't talk about it.
But we just did, so they're not dumb.
Whoa. They can, if they can be delusional enough to not believe it, they can keep up the delusion. Don't worry. I say until it truly is unreconcilably true, we have to not talk about it.
No, you're the worst. I need to talk about it.
There's a point where you're going to get to talk about it, and it's in like 4 weeks.
Okay. So when I started reading this, the point is it's part of my journey. I can't really separate it.
Come here.
Because it's part of my journey.
I love you.
So it'd be very difficult for me to have this conversation where I'm not talking slightly about it.
I wish I could turn off the notifications because the 100 subs are still coming in, but like, I don't know how to turn them off. Kaisa? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you for the sub. Maybe you talk a bit and I'm going to try to figure this out.
All right. So when I got into this, let's go on to the first one. We're starting on chapter 322 together, and we begin with Nami chillaxing in the middle of the sea on the Mary, having a nice, lovely cold drink. I didn't know they had a freezer, so the ice was a surprise for me. Absolutely adore that for them because I'm an ice person. And I really enjoy that he always does this. Oda gives us that little breath of a moment where we get to just enjoy what the crew is doing, look at how they're eating, let them hang out as a way of finding out what everybody was doing in the meantime, in between, when we're not having fight after fight. And then, boom, a giant frog doing the freestyle crawl comes across the ocean. And we go to the other area that for me was going to be a spoiler too, because I got spoiled with a thumbnail when I was going on to our show, and it was a picture of a train across the water. I think a whole bunch of people saw that thumbnail. It was a great thumbnail. And when I saw this, I was really, really grateful that we got to, that spoiler was done, and I got to see the train crossing the water. And then we come up to the train station in the middle of the water. What a freaking cool idea, by the way. Like, every time he does something, and it's this way in really good narratives all the time. Like, if you think about things like Star Trek and Star Wars, and then other science fiction and fantasy, people who are watching those and seeing them often are also people who are inventors and engineers and creators. And it's amazing how many times art fiction frames reality, because people are like, I wonder if that can happen. In this case, when I look at it, I mean, I don't have great big feelings that we're going to have trains crossing the water, but I love it when people take huge like engineering risks, like this idea of the train and the train station and it moving from island to island, because it almost feels like a fantasy thing within a fantasy thing, that you've got these compasses that will only, these compass poles will only point you to one right direction, and by doing this they can circumnavigate the world that Oda created for them. Like, they're trapped in here by the mythos that Oda created for this land, and it feels like this train station is like a workaround. This is like the workaround for Oda's world building, where they're like, oh, okay, Oda, I see you trapped us in this, and then now there's a workaround for that. And I love the idea of there being like a workaround within the system that Oda set up. It makes it so much cooler. Are you back? Did you figure it out? Oh no. Oh, you switched it over to a pedal.
I switched it to the pedal. I haven't made a custom one yet, and I also turned the volume way down. That's what we got. I also turned it off for follows. It's only on for subs now. I think it's actually fair. 100 subs is so huge. I think it's fair if it just dominates and for a while we're just seeing it.
Yeah.
But I just wanted it to be a little quieter. So we have a much quieter sound now, and we have the pedal. The pedal is here. I've figured it out.
Okay, this person here who said there's a really cool video about One Piece engineering. Yeah, I know. That's the one that spoiled that there were trains for me. I went online and was like, what is that cool looking train? That's so cool. And then it said One Piece, and I was like, shit. Something's been spoiled.
Luckily, it's an almost insignificant spoiler because the sea train, like I said, it's not the problem to a solution. Or it's not solution to a problem. It's not like a big reveal. It just is very flatly shown. There's a train. It's on the sea.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, Gavin-san, is that, yeah, I said the eternal pose is the first workaround, but that workaround is a difficult workaround, right? It's hard.
We're the #2 art stream after Bob Ross right now.
Oh, right on.
That's incredible. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys so much. I'm blown away by your guys' support and love. This is amazing.
So even though, Mama, what do you think of Granny Kokoro? Yeah, I'm definitely going on to Granny Kokoro in a minute. And so even though this was a workaround for another workaround, eternal poses are such a difficult and tricksy thing. And it seems like they're difficult for people to get a hold of as well. So I just think that this was one of the coolest workarounds to both of those things. Somebody asked me what my favorite ice was a while back, and I'm going to tell you that I'm going to answer that. That is very situationally dependent. I really love me some tiny, tiny cubes. They're the best. They crunch easy. But getting a good holy ice is also awesome, especially if you can put your straw through it. Okay, what are you showing the ship for?
Oh, I need a reference. So I have a Going Merry figure, I realize, so I'm just going to use her to reference for this drawing, because looking up because I'm not drawing it at the angle that it was in the manga, because I felt like this worked better as a standalone illustration. So I realized that's not going to work as reference, and if I own a Mary, why wouldn't I just do that? I can hold it up like a pose doll.
Also because I wanted two things to be in this if this was the drawing.
Ooh, what was the other thing? I forgot.
You know the other thing is the dudes in front of it.
What dudes in front of it?
Usopp and Luffy.
Oh, what I was thinking is instead of showing them directly, I was going to have this lit by an explosion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that.
So that we have an explosive flash of lighting over the Mary's face to basically suggest it's at the part of the fight where Usopp blows up the gas.
Yeah, I will get through that. Okay, Grandma is the bomb. I knew she was going to be more important because who hands you a piece of paper with a crappy written drawing and a thing that says take care of these people if they're not important? They would never have that kind of flex. They would be like, here's a crappily scribbled picture and note because people really give a crap what I say. So it was really clear that Grandma Kokoro was going to be something that was more important eventually.
Her introduction's so fun. She is one of the peak random people we meet in One Piece. Like, there's so many of those who are just like a person we meet along the way that's part of the story, and Granny Kokoro is just like perfect, the platonic ideal random stranger we make friends with.
Also, I love Chimney, but I love her bunny / cat.
Was it a cat that's actually a bunny or a bunny that's actually a cat? I can't remember.
It's a bunny that apparently is a cat.
Okay.
And I really love that Granny Kokoro also immediately says, watch out for the government people. Now we know why she says this, but it's that awesome foreshadowing, and it kind of shows her bigger ability to look at the future. So I enjoyed that a great deal.
It's also sad to find out that her alcoholism isn't just a bit and that there's like a start of it.
Okay, yeah, let's not go there because later when you see her in the bar and she's sitting there drinking, you're like, yeah, I guess you will. I mean, now that I've seen what you went through, I guess that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, this isn't just a funny joke about alcoholic lady. This is like, oh, she's drowning her sorrows.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, oh, crushing my soul, crushing my soul. Okay. Big Giant Frog, I have ideas about him, but he'll come back later because
Yeah, big
he
giant
needs to. That's not the time for him yet. And I do like she mentioning ahead of time that if there's a special place to go that is for government only.
Mm-hmm. Setting that idea up ahead of time.
Yeah, they do a very, very good job. Because Luffy said before we head into Water 7, because they said they headed for Water 7 of the city, Luffy, leave it to me. I'm going to find a shipwright. I'll get us a real beauty. Are you an idiot? We're talking carpenter here. It's got to be a big mountain of a man, about 5 meters tall. So that makes me immediately predict that we're going to have a small, tiny shipwright.
All right.
Very diminutive in comparison.
Ding, prediction. It's up. Tiny shipwright.
Yeah. Just give me a minute.
Oh,
I'm coming back to that.
Well, we said the word prediction.
I'm coming back onto that.
Okay.
And then I'm trying to decide if it's a woman. So I'm looking at the way that Oda picks things, and I'm trying to think, because we're eventually going to have at least one more woman on here.
All right.
So I'm trying to decide if that's going to be our shipwright or not. Yeah.
All right.
No, I get to the end of the episode to decide if I'm going to stick with something.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah. It lets me play around with my thinking as I go. Do I think that Blackbeard has a ship wrong?
God,
Yeah.
Absolutely he does. It's Jesus Burgess, the ship wrong.
Hazel Chai subscribed. Thank you very much.
Think about it. Blackbeard's ship is just a raft. A ship wrong is all you need.
Yeah. But when Luffy does that, it makes the bit way stronger if Luffy says he wants this huge person and then we get a tiny, tiny person. That's way better. It's just a way better gag.
There is a canonical tiny shipwright in One Piece, but it's just a bit character Oda made up to explain why every once in a while things were suddenly fixed when they got broken in the scene before because of inconsistency. He invented a tiny shipwright who's so small he hides from frame most of the time, who's fixing doors in the background.
Oh my God. I want that shipwright to get to have a house hippo. That would make me very happy.
What a house hippo is.
Only
Sorry,
Canadian
America.
viewers.
Sorry, America. House hippos aren't native to America. You don't know about them.
A house hippo is apparently known by some Americans who live along Canadian borders. They apparently get some of our channels. Yeah. And if you haven't seen a house hippo, my God, get yourself on the interwebs and look up a house hippo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. An Australian here for the first time. Welcome.
Oh, I love somebody here for the first time.
Always exciting. What are the notifications that are still loud? Oh, well.
So now let's do the amazing thing. Let's go to Water 7. And we come in and they're blown away and their faces are exploding and it still didn't prepare me. It almost looks like when you're looking at Water 7 from the outside perspective, it kind of looks like a wedding cake.
It looks like a wedding cake or like to me, I always read it as like just a big, giant, ostentatious fountain. But
yeah, I did that at first cool. Too, but after I did the big giant fountainy thing, then I was like, but it also kind of looks like a wedding cake, like a celebration. And I'm on both of those. When they come through, I couldn't decide if the first area was the Bridge of Sighs, and I think it is rather than the Rialto. And the Bridge of... But no, it might be the Rialto from Venice, because the Bridge of Sighs is an area that they would take prisoners across, and it was the very last place that the prisoners could see the outside world from before they were put away for life.
And I didn't know that. That's weirdly tragic.
Oh, it was tragic, all right. If you do a tour of Venice, make sure you get somebody like I had, because you would have loved them. They're everything you would have hoped for, where they're like, let's highlight the sad. Do you want to see everything that'll depress you for a month?
I do like it.
You would be like, wow. And I think that the city immediately perks up because they have cow, horse, boats.
Cow,
So
horse, seahorse, cow, sea,
cow,
boats.
sea, boat seats. And so I saw that and was like, well, this is a top tier arc right here. Like, we're in high areas.
There's such a fantasy vibe to Water 7. Like, it feels like what you want of a fantasy location, that it has this concept that immediately visually sets it apart. And I love it. I love the visual of it.
Yeah. And I know you wanted me to prefer doing black and white, but as I pointed out to you, you got to do the story the first time as a anime. So for you, you saw it first time colorized.
Yeah, I think whatever works for you. If you're enjoying color, go for it.
Well, it's incredible because when you come into the cities, especially this one where the background is in a soft blue and white, and then there's all these incredible colors that pop off it, every single action that takes place in front of the city literally feels like it's being highlighted. So it makes it absolutely delightful. And the people in here are just so well colorized. Okay, so our first fight when we watched the pirates who decided that they're no longer going to pay for their work that was done, and we find out how incredibly strong the craftsmen are of this region, made me very suspicious. Don't get suspicious, but I'm suspicious because I was like,
"What are you suspicious about?"
That's some suspicious fighting ability, I said to myself.
Yeah, I mean, the chef Separatier could fight. Sometimes people just know how to fight.
No, I'm not claiming people don't know how to fight, and I'm already past that. So your gaslighting is useless.
I know, but
no, dude, I don't have a minor in history. I have a major in history. I know because it was a slogging debut of one paper after another. I have a minor in geography.
Oh, I should show you the sketch about anime arc names based off of One Piece. That's such a good bit.
I would love that.
Absolutely something I have to get you to watch.
All right. Shipbuilding pirates, think about the ability as necessary. Drock, gatekeeping next. I agree. That's okay.
I don't gatekeep. It's not. Here's the thing. Gaslight, girl boss, gatekeep. Here's why I'll gaslight. Gatekeeping and girl bossing aren't funny, and gaslighting is.
Oh.
I'm only here for funny crime.
Every time you gaslight me, and I was like, I thought I was on the right track. I guess I just not.
I am not actually ever trying to gaslight. I am trying to provide another first-time reader's perspective by giving you my thoughts of the play of where I was at reading.
Yeah, it makes me literally have to quit listening to you sometimes.
I am never going to try to steer you. That's rude.
Except for sometimes you do, dude. You do steer me.
No.
You do.
No.
Because then I'm like, oh, I think I might be wrong then.
Not what's happening.
And then I get scared. Okay, they go into the main area. And I love how crowded they made it. It felt just like going into Venice, because when you get into Venice proper and you get into the main canal, it's just back to back everything. People everywhere, shopping taking place, restaurants, boat after boat after boat. And I was like, this is a person who went to Venice and saw how freaking cool it was and wanted to create a fantasy city that one-upped it even more. Because you know that idea I told you about how in Japanese people have a word for the feeling you get when you go to Paris and it isn't the way that you imagined it?
Yeah.
It's just not quite right. And so you have this like low level depression. And apparently, pet the boy kid, apparently I heard from one of my Japanese students, she said that it was a real thing and that a lot of people feel very, very sad and give them a treat. And wish that Paris was the way they wanted it to be. And this version of Venice was kind of the version of Venice that I'd always had inside of my head, that it looked more like this. And even though Venice is incredible and it's so cool, it's not like this. This is more of a cartoonish thing. And it's amazing how it was the Venice of my mind. And I loved getting to see it. And he put people in masks. And even though there was going to be a festival, I've never seen anyone running around in masks in Venice. And I got to tell you, this was way cool to get to see this. It's everything that I would have hoped for. Plus, the panels going up. Yes.
I have to imagine there's some time of the year where people in Venice wear masks, and I say that only because Catholic Europe tends to know how to party, and that sounds like party behavior.
Yeah, I've never seen it. It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. I'm just saying I've never got to see it, so it was pretty cool to get to see this.
And if you're hearing me say that and you're like, but I'm in Protestant Europe, does that mean I don't know how to party? Yeah, it does. It does mean that. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you. As a secular, all I can say is my observations, and my observation is Catholic Europe knows how to party.
I like that there were two types of going up too. There's like the backwards kind of canals that run up, and then there's the water elevator. And the water elevator makes so much sense as well. Like it 100%. Drop and give me the push-ups.
4, 5. I have a feeling people didn't like me making fun of Protestant Europe.
Well, you got push-ups for it.
Yeah.
I won't talk
Someone saying they can confirm what I say, they can't party. Wrong here, bud.
I saw a party that I didn't want to be a part of once. I took 50 kids to Europe and as a school event. And by the way, if you're thinking of going to Europe, may I suggest that you don't go with 50 children?
That's a weird decision. I think go with 50 children.
It's not the recommended way to see Europe, I'm going to tell you right now. Did the kids have a great time? Yes. Did they see some stuff? Absolutely. Was I exhausted when we got home and felt like sleeping for 13 months? Yes. Okay. Our first introduction to Frankie's crew coming onto the boat. I will ask about more mods
soon. That's a good idea, Kaito.
What are you doing?
Kaito wants more mods in the mod team. I'm gonna try to expand that in the near future.
Yes. Yeah, Robin Williams once said that Canada's a loft party above a really good apartment. Yeah, I heard that. I've also heard it said that the United States is Metallica and we're Guns N' Roses. So we think that we're polite and quiet, but it's only in comparison to Metallica.
I think America's great for getting to look like a normal country by comparison.
Mod time. Yeah, good luck. Okay. Love meeting the crew for the first time. We've got some great fishnet stockings with wicked boots. We have outfits that are really, you think that I would immediately put them to the top of the charts since they're mostly made of nakedness and thinness, but they're just not dripping in the same way. They did remind me of Frankie Goes to Hollywood, and they remind me of the Rocky Horror Picture Show as well.
Which I gave a tiny not spoiler by saying this is not where a Rocky Horror Picture Show inspired character happens.
This person here, yeah. But I said, how could it not happen twice? Stazzy Boy got to do moment. Have I really been doing that many moments already?
Yeah, a good few.
Moment. Good for you, Stazzy Boy. You know whose moment is popping off is Robin in her wicked leather outfit and thigh-high leather boots.
Yeah, I remember when you gifted me box set 2, I briefly picked up one of my favorite volumes of One Piece and started reading it giddily, and you looked across the table. I didn't think about the fact that I'd lifted it above the box, and you were like, why is Robin dressed in a skanky outfit? But I have to say, now that we're here, do you accept that outfit is just good? It's just great.
First, pet the boy. Second of all, yeah, it's an amazing outfit, but I'm still going to stand behind the fact that the only thing holding her clothing onto her chest is dreams.
The power of dreams. I will say, this is my second favorite Robin outfit in the series.
Yeah, it is an awesome outfit, but she better not need to run anywhere. I love the CP9. I hate them, but I love having something to hate. And I
They're a
think
great
Oda
hateable
does.
villain.
Oh, he does such a good job of giving us something to hate so well, because the CP9 becomes more and more hateable as this goes on. And I think that gives us that target for our hatred, so that when Robin is doing things that suck, we can be like, it has to be because of CP9, and then we get to feel like it is. So the CP9 people being so powerful, and there's hints too, like when they get in a fight and the money goes missing later on. That's right, that's how we're doing things. When the Straw Hats go up to get their boat fixed and find out about how much it's going to cost and what it will take, when the one dude does an upside down flip and lands when he's attacked, he puts his fingers right through the pavement and holds himself up upside down. So immediately you're kind of like, well, that's above what we normally get out of our boat builders. So yeah, you can be powerful, but fingers through the pavement is pushing that power limit for me.
Look, they're just very good at special magical martial arts.
You don't need to do that. I read all of it. Okay, yeah. So and Nami gets to pop off here with the nice quiet slow play where she goes, and we can spend the rest on a bronze statue. Da, 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 da. And then she just slams her foot down, her whole leg down, and says, what's the matter, Nami? I have 3 things I'd like to say, Mr. Appraiser. 1, I forgot to tell you, but he has a bounty of 100 million berries on his head. 2, I don't agree with your appraisal. 3, if you lie to me one more time, I'll scalp you. That's all. Oh, Nami.
Nami is a great negotiator, and she has been given the leverage of the pirate who has taken down a warlord and been given 100 million berry bounty, and she is going to use that leverage.
She was just saying to herself, you know what? I know what we're made of, and you're not going to cheat me. Not to mention that she spent all that time saving up her money. She knows how much things are worth because she's had to go through this process for how long?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. No, she's a magical money girl. She's a weather witch.
She's the money witch. She has magical money powers.
Magical money. Yeah.
Knows exactly how much everything costs.
And then, of course, because Luffy is Luffying, he immediately chucks money in the canal. That was a given. I was like, why did you give money to Luffy?
Someone saying that Oda's such a real one for having a town where the workers own the means of production. Like, Galley Law Company is a co-op, and then he has the CIA infiltrate it. That is weirdly politically prescient.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I hadn't thought about that the CIA infiltrated the co-op.
Seems fair. That's where they should go.
I mean, that's what they do.
That's what they do. Kaku. Is that how I pronounce it? Kaku?
Kaku, yeah. Square Usopp, as he's known.
Square Usopp?
Yeah.
And he's also known as the Mountain Cloud.
Yep.
Yeah, so Kaku is supposed to be for a scribe, to write or scribe. That's an interesting choice. So it makes me wonder what we're going to see from him in the future.
Something worth noting, in Japanese, apparently he has a very old-timey dialect. Like, he speaks kind of like an old person.
Okay, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
To write or scribe, that would fit with that as well then.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to think about that. Because I think that if you come up with something as separate and interesting as CP9 as a force, it feels like that's going to be a thing that kind of is now going to be threaded throughout the rest of the story.
Alrighty.
So yeah, I guess that is a prediction.
That cipher pull will be part of the story ongoing.
Yeah, that there's no way that we're not going to have CP9 be a thread throughout the entire story now, and kind of whether they're main playing or going back and forth, they're kind of going to come in and out. I'm also starting to wonder if it's possible. Like, I know that there's a bigger connection, and I told you that I think that we have like I don't know what the word was that I used, and I'll look it up later for when I do the cork boarding, but some sort of like some kind of force, some kind of evil black cloud force over the entire story that we're not aware of. And I wonder how much of that is the influenced on specifically on things like the CP9.
Okay.
What influence they have over, because more and more I'm believing that the government is where that force is located, that whatever or whoever has come out is kind of within that realm of government.
Willing to put a prediction down that the dark force is in the government?
I think the dark force is in the government.
All right, dark force in the government. Ding, we have predicted it.
Yeah. And this person says it really shows the government power of how you don't really suspect CP9 till it. Yeah, I would agree. But the ominous presence or whatever that thing is that's covering over the entire story, in my opinion, is coming out of government.
All righty. We got it.
And I don't know what that looks like yet, but that's my thinking on this. I love the idea of him jumping off the top of buildings and running along the top of them, because whose dream is that not? Like, one of the reasons that, and I didn't look up what year this came out, and I meant to, because
shipwright.
No, because it was parkour shipwright, but it was also the Matrix, right?
Oh, I think this came out well after the Matrix, because the Matrix came out not long after One Piece started.
Yeah, and so for me, I kept thinking, like, this kind of has that Matrix feel too, when he jumps off things, and it's exactly like he gets to dictate his own reality, and gravity doesn't affect him the same way it does everyone else, and he just gets to make up his own reality of what gravity and space and time and speed look like. And I freaking loved him running along the tops. It was all of my parkouring dreams come true.
The theme song used the shot of Kaku jumping off into the city, and so I watched it over and over again, and it is just such an iconic image of just like him jumping off, turning back, looking at the camera, and falling into the city, all cool parkour guy. Love it. It's great looking.
Yeah. You can even tell in here, like, Oda does an incredible job of creating movement, action, and life within a still image. And so when you have an image of it going a huge drop and it goes, and
someone's pointing,
and then he's coming down, you have to give push-ups.
Oh my god. Y'all are on it suddenly. I did raise the cost.
Yeah, you are gonna have to raise. You make fun of Europe.
3, 4, 5. Oh. Hello, me. Last time reminded them they had this power.
Yeah, I think so. Also, they show him jumping off after they show him from the underneath. Then they show him from on top, just spread eagle, hanging over the city, canals beneath him. And then they call him Mountain Wind. So he managed to give him such a really phenomenal amount of movement. I was reading One Piece, now it's chapter 9, when Luffy tells Nami Straw Hats a treasure. He says, maybe it's treasure map. I don't really like to think the map is. I need to see that later. I'm going to watch that in VOD.
Someone's pointing out that we can show you the first few theme songs, and that might be a fun thing to do for the next recap that we do.
Oh, that would be
Kaido
cool.
Who pointed it out.
Yeah. I would like to do that. Thank you very much, Kale. That makes me feel good because I'm in an isolation box. I don't know what the outside world of One Piece looks like.
Oh my god, you're right. Every time I go up to look at my boat on the shelf, it looks like I'm looking at chat. Like, what are you guys up to?
It absolutely does. You're looking over at them like, hey, what are you doing?
Chat, what are you doing? What do you think you're up to over here?
And we keep getting to go into the city and walk around. Like, we get to go through when we take off with Sanji and he goes shopping, and we get to see the shopping and we get to see all the cool things. And I was just like, you know what, Oda, I want to take a little moment. Somebody made you pet the baby, I think. I don't know.
Oh my god, so many.
I want to take a little moment to just enjoy the fact that I get to run around this entire town.
Oh, I love you, baby. He really wants to be hanging out with his mom today because she is doing cleaning, and that means a lot of things are being reordered, and he's very nervous about it. So he's like, why am I stuck out here? Why can't I go to the bedroom where things are happening?
Oh, and unsurprisingly, Iceberg. I love Iceberg's character.
Finding out that he and Frankie are co-apprentices is so funny because their vibe could not be more different.
Except for it made sense. The minute that you meet Frankie and you meet him, they're both over the top. They both have a bizarre amount of self-worth and confidence. And it made me feel like, yeah, the extrovert introvert split. It is, but he's also kind of an extrovert in his own way. Love his little pet. I knew I was going to like him because, you know,
he's got a little mouse.
He likes animals, and I was like, well done, Iceberg. And I immediately hated his secretary.
You hate Khalifa, but she's so fun.
No, I didn't like her. I suspected her of being a terrible, terrible kid right away. Yes, Tyrannosaurus the mouse is high five Tyrannosaurus, but carefully so that we don't break his little arm. So
well, Lucci likes animals. People are pointing out. Do you like Lucci? He loves his friend Hattori.
Yeah, part of me thinks that his friend is actually leading the charge there. So something that was very interesting is the way that she kept pushing up her glasses again made it feel like they weren't real, because it was similar to the way that, what was the cat pirate's name again?
Kokoro.
It was similar to the way that he pushed his glasses up, and his were because he had the claws on them. But it's almost like they're not used to wearing these things and they're not part of who they are. So they're constantly touching and adjusting them. And so when it showed shot after shot and he kept making all these panels where she's touching her glasses every damn time. Like, I'm looking at the panels with her in him, and out of 5 panels, she's touching her glasses in 4 of them. Yeah, you could push your glasses up, but I push my glasses up. They wouldn't be in every panel you drew of me.
I want to say something about Khalifa, though. I unironically think the calling everything sexual harassment joke is hilarious, and I love Iceberg constantly being, that can't be! This can't be true! I think that bit is hilarious.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that she's great. I think her character is well developed. I think she's interesting, but I immediately was like, sauce.
And it makes sense, because when you first show up to Water 7, it really feels like, where's the bad guy? Like, what's the threat? I can't identify it, but there's some vibe that's off, so you are kind of like, who am I supposed to be worried about here?
It's also that she's not even pushing him up on the front. Like, I wear glasses, and like a proper nerd, when I would remember to wear my glasses and care about seeing the world around me, I push them up in the front, just in the center, like, boop, push them back up because they slid down, or pull them down on the sides. I don't generally hold the edge. And she does that thing. She's not even using her fingers. She's just pushing them up with the side of her fingers. And I was like, no. And then she beats them up. And she beats them up thoroughly. Really quickly, and she doesn't seem to care that she hit him, which also felt like, if you're that good of a fighter, and she clearly is, that she wouldn't have accidentally hit somebody who she actually loved that much. You know, that if she was protecting Iceberg with her whole heart, she wouldn't have accidentally kicked him full front in the face when he was standing on the opposite side of her and not with them. So I was like, suspecting you, Khalifa. You're cool. Your outfit rocks. Your humor is fantastic, but I'm in suspicion of you.
All right. I wonder if your suspicions will be proven true.
So again, draw. I've read the whole thing, right? So like, so like your gaslighting is not actually going to work this time.
What gaslighting?
You know, when you gaslight me nonstop.
What's gaslighting? That doesn't sound like a thing.
It's the less fun version of the thing that you do.
Yeah. I was telling you that I remember hearing that CP9 wasn't fully planned out when he started the arc, and he kind of looked for opportunities for betrayal instead of just introducing them out of nowhere. Khalifa is the exception to that to me. Like, she comes across too much as this is intended to be a bad guy.
Yes. The German dub of the mouse Tyrannosaurus is called Optimus Prime. Yes.
Did someone use delete the art? Yeah, they did. All right, Red Potato. We're going to have to delete a large section of the artwork. So I'm going to decide what that counts as. I think the line art is something I feel too confident about. Like, I don't think I'm going to do that better. It says a large portion. Clouds are going for sure. Let's get rid of that. We're going to be having to redo that somehow. The seawater's going. Is it worth... I think I can color grade this better, so we're going to delete the color. We're going to keep the line art, we're going to delete the color, and we're going to restart that, because delete your art is a promise I've made. This feels like a big enough section that it's worth doing. I gotta go do push-ups. All right, don't worry, the line art's staying, I think it's good, but delete your art's about getting rid of something that I feel like I could do better, and we're forced to do it over again and find a better way to do it. I'll be right back.
Thank you so much, Red Potato. That's a really good punishment for gaslighting me again and again and again.
2, 3, 4, 5. And you know what? I think we're going to come at this at a different angle now that we're being forced to redo it.
Okay.
I have an idea that I really like. Let's see about this. Oh, yeah, okay. We're going to try something very different now that we've been forced to delete it anyways. I think it's going to be cool. All right. Do you want to keep guiding us?
Yeah, so this is, how do you pronounce that? This is Jaiba? This is, take a look at it. How far have you read? I finished all of Water 7. We are now on a train.
Yeah, the sea train's technically considered part of Water 7, but we didn't read it. I don't think you read ahead this time.
Well, because people were freaking out about me reading ahead this time.
I don't think the freaking is... Okay, there's a point where it's going to be necessary, but it's not until the arc after the sea train.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, I guess I won't read ahead this time. You have to give Bellamy a treat as well.
Oh my god, people are spendy today. Little man. Yeah, baby boy.
Favorite CP9 agent so far. Interesting. Okay. Who did I love? The rope dude. What's his name? Paulie. I think Paulie is a wicked character.
I love that he's the anti-Sanji. Someone pointed this out earlier, that he's the anti-Sanji by being like a Puritan who's like, why are you showing so much skin? Why is everyone acting so indecent?
Yeah, no, I don't like that part of him because that's whatever. I ignore that part of him because it's kind of like, but I love his drip. Excellent leather outfit. I love how much leather.
I thought he's double denim.
Oh, double denim. I love how
Canadian
much
tuxedo.
It's got so much shine to it. It's got that kind of like that feedback shine of leather almost.
Mm-hmm. But he's not CP9. He's just a galley law worker.
No, I know. I wasn't talking about CP9. Oh, is that? But that's a poll. People are doing a poll. I'm not in that.
Okay. I thought you were being asked that by chat.
So I think that his drip is on point, and I think that his character is really cool. I love the relationship that he has with Iceberg. I think that he's like one of those friends you hope to have. I love it the way that Oda highlights friendships as we're going along too, that he sees friendships as family, and he redefines the idea of family. Do we know anything about Oda and his life and how close he is to his family?
Really, but I have to imagine by the fact that found family is such a theme that his birth family, probably there's some sort of issue there, especially with how many absentee fathers and dead mothers are in One Piece.
Yeah, it's interesting. And plus on top of that, he really highlights building the relationship and staying with people, and a lot of time with people don't take their friendships in seriously, and when there's big troubles and big strifes between them, they don't do the work that's necessary to rebuild it and make it stronger. So for me, it's really cool that he spends a lot of time being like, yeah, friendships are going to have really low moments, and it's in those moments is when you get to decide how are you going to come back making yourself stronger. And I really enjoy that. I like Katori the pigeon better than I like Rob Lucci. I think that should be obvious, but also, I mean, who doesn't like a mouthy bird?
I think it's cute that no one knew Lucci could talk until he revealed he was a secret agent.
Yes. But the entire time inside when we're first meeting all the different characters and we get to see what all the different ship crew do, and then we get to see Lucci put his fingers through the cement, which made me be like, yeah, there's more to you too. This whole opening scene that then ends with two things happening: finding out how much Iceberg hates government.
Mm-hmm.
So right away, when you find out how much Iceberg hates government, you're not that late. Don't worry about it. Right as soon as that happens, you're like, that's suspicious. I'm looking forward to that backstory. And then the other thing is when Frankie's crew successfully steals the money, you're like, good. I know that's not the reaction I should have, but I'm like, good. I'm glad they stole the money because I want to know more about Frankie. And so
this forces us to find out.
I know now we're definitely going to get to see Frankie. I am looking at favorite CP9 agents so far. So many are all Kaku.
Kaku is just a weirdly popular guy. He's so charming and polite despite being a backstabbing secret agent.
Yeah. There's something about Kaku too. Like, he's awful. But he's also, you admire him. There's something about him that's so controlled and held together that
he's very measured.
He's a very measured person. So you feel this attachment to him that you're like, you think that if he's going to do something, it will have been done with the right reasons.
Or at least what he sees as the right reasons.
And if I'm going to be honest, I don't agree with him. But yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Lucci, once he turns, comes across as someone barely holding back his urge to kill everyone, whereas Kaku's like, I'm doing what's needed for the job to succeed.
Yeah. So then we go into 327 at the end, and that's the first time that somebody says, no, I'm going to give it to you straight. Your ship can't be fixed, not even with our skills.
Which is a brutal thing to say.
Yeah.
Because we love the Mary.
Yeah, we kind of heard about that one before. And then you go right down into the bottom, and then you find out that Sanji was also talking to him. And Sanji is standing there with the Mary at the masthead, and he says, never sail again. And just stands there. And you're like, damn. See, this is the problem. I needed to be able to speak about this more openly because otherwise I can't talk about what my real experience was in this chapter at all.
Okay. So we have to, if you are reading along with Mama Drock and you really don't want to have anything confirmed for you, skip ahead in the video. I will put a timestamp of where we are done talking about this. Okay? So 16 years ago, I did something not realizing there was consequences to it.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I'll talk about it then. 16 years ago, down comes Baby Drop 16 years ago, and he says to me,
maybe not 16, maybe like 15. I'm thinking 15, 14. Not quite 16, I think.
Many, many years ago.
Yeah.
He comes down and his face is red and his eyes are swollen. And he comes down from upstairs and I'm like, holy crap, what the hell happened to him? And he says, I really had a hard time just now. And I was like, what's going on? And he's like, I'm reading this manga and there's this moment that just happened and I don't know how to explain it.
I think I was watching anime, but same difference.
Yeah. And you're like, but in this, you're a crew, and then there's this boat, and it's everything. It's the thing that kind of holds them together, and it's been a part of every single story, and it is it is a human, even though it's a boat. It feels like it has its own personality, and they killed it. And then he starts
I am crying
crying
about a boat being dead. Yeah.
and then he starts crying again, and he's like, they killed it. And then he starts crying again. And I'm staring at him, and I'm like, oh my God, man. Like, this must have really, really broke you up. This author must be impressive. And he's like, I can't even tell you. I can't stop crying. I keep trying to stop crying. And I was like, I'm really sorry. So we had to talk for a while. And then it was like a little while later that he tried to make me read it again. And I was like, is this the story you were telling him about where they kill a boat? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, no, I'm good. Thanks. And then I totally forgot about it. And I'm reading away and I'm reading away. And there was this one day that we're on the Mary and they're talking about, oh no, it was when he did the SBS where he shows the whole inside of the Mary for the few different SBSs in a row.
Mhm.
And we get a floor plan and we get to see where everything is. And I was like, I love this ship. It's so, and then all of a sudden, it was like freaking Wayne's World Scooby-Doo flashbacks fly at my face. And I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I was like, no. Started crying, then and there. And I called Drock up, and I'm like, I'm so mad at you right now. I can't even tell you. I could not be madder at you. I was like, what's going on? And I'm like, I just remembered something, and it's not your fault at all. But now I know, and the entire time that I'm reading this, it's going to be in the back of my mind, and it's making every moment with this ship hurt more.
Yep. And the point that I was feeling, like I said, I was delusional for a long time. The point that I was really feeling that I came to talk to you was when it was confirmed and you could no longer have any delusional hope. I was at this point still in the, but they're going to fix her, right?
Right. And I said to you when I first read it, well, maybe this isn't the time that it happens. And then they said keel. And I'm like, well, I know all about keels. So as soon as they said keel, I was like, well, yeah, no, that's not good. So I called you up again and I'm like, no, they are.
Mumpy said a backstory. This would be 4 episodes long. Or if Mumpy's would be an anime, this backstory flashback would be 4 episodes long. Yeah, we'd have 4 episodes of this conversation having happened to come back here. Oh man.
And that's why when we got to the end of that chapter, I was standing there and I was like, oh my God, no, for real. They're really going to do it. And then as I'm reading this, I'm reading it knowing that all of these moments are our last ones with the Mary. And so I'm trying to pay attention and focus on things, but I kept just crying. Being like, no, Mary. Look, I'm still a mess. I'm wazzing my head off.
All for a boat.
Poor Craigbot. Oh. Craigbot keeps going like, I don't know what sound that is. Some weird animal keeps screaming into your mic.
I guess I'll pick this up. I don't know.
Oh God. Okay, what does it say? Oh, okay, so here we go. So as we were moving and we have Sanji Zoro sitting on Mary alone, and they did this one, they did 2 panels in a row, and this is when I knew.
Yep.
Oh my God, I need a commercial break.
We can do those now.
It's okay.
No, I mean, we make money from doing it, so if you want a commercial break, that's an option we have.
Well, I need to go get a tissue. Does everyone mind if we take a commercial break?
We're gonna run ads so that Mama Drunk can go get some tissue. Subs will still be around. I'll talk to subs and answer questions. All right, everybody, we're running ads. How do I do this? I click the button. Is it gonna happen? Did it happen? Fiddle Joe, thanks for subscribing. I gotta go do push-ups. Oh my god. Ugh. I didn't do my exercise before stream today, so my arms are feeling ready for it. I can take it on. All right, what do we... Wrong earbud. Wrong earbud. Nope, didn't run ads. Let's try again. I clicked the button! Guys, did you cry for the Mary? Everybody, you have to say yes. Yeah. No, you're lying. The boy gets a treat. All right, I don't know how to run ads, it turns out. I clicked the button on my dashboard. Oh, buddy.
All right.
Oh, buddy, come here.
I'm back.
There we go, buddy. There we go.
I love that kid.
Guys, I don't know how to run ads, it turns out. Oh, so many of us are surprised by the gift subs. Yeah, a lot of you would actually still be here, I guess. Try /ad? No, it doesn't like that. I went to my dashboard and clicked run ads. It's a big button that says run ads. How could that not be the answer? Okay, we'll figure it out for next time.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm gonna make her watch all of the I have, unironically, when it comes time for Annie's Lobby, which we can spoil because it's where they're going, where you're at right now, that's the name of the arc after. No setting expectations. No talking about your expectations for it. No talking about what Mama Drock's going to feel when she gets there. Let it all happen. However, I will say that Annie's Lobby, I have, I think, 8 anime clips picked out that I'm going to show Mama Drock. So if you're wondering if I'm going to show her anything, the answer is probably yes.
Thank you, Blue Dragonfly. Okay, so here I am. I had to get tissue. What did that thing say? Oh, yeah. I had to get tissue. I went into the other room because I even said just before we started, I forgot to get tissue, and then I was like, I'll probably be okay. And then she was not okay.
She was not okay.
That's where the narrator comes in and goes, spoiler, she was not okay. So the part where I realized that, yeah, this was going to be the time and we were done healing the Mary is when Zoro was on her by himself and there was all these repairs all over her. And then we could see the tangerine trees under the sails. And then Luffy says, "You can't fix the Mariko? Why not?" And that's when I was like, oh, okay, this is it. And I knew from that moment on.
It's a boat. Why are we so sad?
Well, because he does a really good job. Like, sad.
Yep.
He eventually does more. Like, it was bad enough there, and then he's like, I don't think you're sad enough, so I'm going to help you. Okay. Whew. So they do all this work to convince Luffy, and you see how much work it takes Luffy, and you see how much it takes him to believe that this is really the Mary's last port of call. And you see how much he wrestles with it, which is a really good idea. Because later when he has his interaction with Usopp, this time that we got to see his sadness and how broken he was really helps us to create our own narrative about how much this meant, but what Luffy had to do. Because Luffy sees all crew members and all family as being indispensable. And so for him to have to actually believe this and stick with this was so difficult for him. And we got to see that process, which Usopp didn't, because Usopp was busy also trying to do the best for the crew and get their money back. We meet Corgi from the world government. I was kind of pissed that he took the name Corgi because I hate him and I love Corgis. And we find out that indeed the Frankies have stolen the money. And we see that Nami might be the fastest rower in the West as she goes and finds Usopp bleeding and laying on the ground. And he is more broken inside than outside. And it's pretty incredible to see how broken up he is, because it's his shame. And I think that's a really important thing to remember, is he can't face the others because he feels like he wasn't enough for them. He wasn't able to hold on to their money. He wasn't able to be the person that he needed to be to fix the Mary. And the Mary means so much to him. And so he's absolutely crushed to his center because he feels like he's realized that he isn't enough for the crew here.
Yep. The Mary has gone as far as it can in the Grand Line, and he feels like he's the same way, and he's just not strong enough to carry the crew any further, and he'll only let them down like he did with the money.
Exactly. And so because of how broken he is here, immediately I was like, this isn't going to bode well, because whenever a character in anything that you're reading is broken down through shame changes the way that you interact with the world more than almost anything else. Shame is such a killer of your mental well-being, and you will act in ways that you wouldn't have before. So as soon as he was so filled with shame, I was like, oh God. Exactly, shame and guilt mixed together. As soon as that happened, you're like, this is going to be awful. But the interesting part is that when we do a flashback of what happened with Usopp, I actually felt like he kind of held his own for a moment with them. And he didn't just let them run off with the money. He stood up and he went back there and he tried to get the money back, which, like, talk about brave. He took on an entire gang, burst open their door, stood there with his things and said, like, yeah, I'm here to get back our money. I can't imagine old Usopp doing this in any way, shape, or form. So for me, I was like, well, you should have paused and got yourself some backup. But on the other hand, the way that even though you had been bloodied and beaten, that you went to their home was kind of incredible. Like, for you, now we know how changed you are.
It's a moment of, like, weakness, but also strength, that he's grown enough that he says, I need to be able to help the crew. I need to be strong enough to not let them down, to face them. So I'm going to prove myself and go take on the people who took our money. And it goes really, really badly.
Yeah. And yeah, Sandra Oceana. Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that he wants to be a brave warrior and that's his thing. But this was one of the very first times that I think, for me, the very first time that I saw him initiate conflict in this way, because usually lately he has been standing up to the conflict, and lately he's been coming to the conflict when it occurs. But this is the first time that I'd seen him walk out of his way when he could have gone back to them and said, like, this is the thing that happens. But he overcame his emotions and he created the conflict. He went to the conflict and made it happen. And so...
No, you keep going, sorry.
Yeah, and so when I watched this, I was thinking, like, yeah, you needed to take a second to think about it first and get your backup, because you should be working as a crew. I understand that part of you didn't because you were already feeling like a failure for letting the crew down and having the money stolen, so you were trying to fix it on your own. But it boggles the mind to me that you walked in and created the conflict.
Thank you so much for the compliment on the drawing. I saw one about the perspective and one about the water effects. Thank you. I honestly think the delete your art helped. I think that this shading style, as much as it's a little harder, is much more powerful. So I'm really glad delete your art happened here. I find most times if someone makes you delete your art, you'll end up drawing a better thing afterwards because you have the experience of the first attempt. It's why that thing is on there, because every once in a while I'm going to be forced to redo a large section of the drawing, and it's going to feel nicer for it usually. I want to say also, the first time we see Usopp stand up to someone is Chu, and it's because of shame. And the inability to face the crew if he can't contribute. And this is the same thing. Like, this is what gets Usopp to act, is a sense of, I can't let my crew down. I can't be the weak one. I can't face them if I'm not holding up. And it makes so much sense that he reacts with such anger and self-loathing afterwards, because he gave it his all. He stood up, but unlike with Chew, unlike with Miss Merry Christmas, unlike with when he did his best to help against Eneru, he failed. He completely failed to do what he wanted. The money did get taken. He just cost them more by getting injured, causing more of a fight with the Frankie family. He gave it his all. He faced his fears to not let the crew down, and he still, in his mind, did.
Yeah, and even more than that, he had already been beaten up once. They had taken him away. They had beat him up. They laid him down. He dragged himself to their workshop and went in and confronted them when he was already injured. And when just a few of them had already been able to overtake him, he still took himself to the conflict and created it. And so, yeah, he was acting from shame, and yeah, he was acting from fear and self-loathing, but I just couldn't believe that. Like, I was like, that's a full circle for you, Usopp, for you to come to the, and then what do? We go backwards. Well, we won't go there yet. Before we go to the fight, we haven't seen the thing that Frankie wanted to buy for 2 million.
No,
or
you have
200 million
not.
berries.
He has something specific he wants for 200 million berries, but we don't know what it is.
Okay, because when he was like, yeah, we had this money and then we did this and this. So I'm hoping that thing comes out in the future. Everybody is talking, like, and you told me that there was 2 camps that we may get Frankie.
Yeah. Well, at this point, there was kind of 4 schools of thought, 2 dominant ones. And the 2 dominant schools of thought for who was going to join the crew were Frankie and Paulie.
So you were saying it was Frankie and Paulie, and I was like, Paulie, it would be a shame for him to leave his person, because for me that is like, that's kind of a big shame for you to leave Iceberg, who is truly. Any predictions for already bought? We'll talk about that after Red Potato. That's some prediction.
Maybe that'll be a C-Train thing for Corkboard.
Yeah. And then I told you, Frankie, for me, I really hope it's not Frankie. Now, I just want you to hear me out. I love Frankie. I think he's an amazing character.
He's one of your favorite characters of the arc.
He's a red carpet in a room. Like, for me, having Frankie on the ship would be really interestingly difficult to write if you're Oda, because I always talk about people when they buy a red carpet for a room, that's fine. But now everything you do has to be done around this frickin' red carpet, because the carpet is so damn bossy. It requires your attention and your focus, and you're constantly staring at it. And anything you put in the room, you're like, does it go with the red carpet? And then everything you're wearing either clashes or goes with the red carpet. So a red carpet in a room is one of those things that you now have to start designing everything around this red carpet. And so I would say that having somebody like Frankie out he's going to draw so much attention on a crew that are kind of working in unison right now. And even though Luffy goes over the top, each one of them goes over the top in the same way. Whereas Frankie literally put a show on in the center of downtown and became this like over the top style. And I was thinking like, that doesn't really fit with the crew as much. Like, it would completely change the dynamics of the crew to have a Frankie there. And you know what? If you're going to do it, I'll come along for the ride, but I don't know that it would be my first choice.
All right. Yeah, I think I said Iceberg was one of the other major camps, and then
no.
Oh God, I can't remember who the last one was, but there was another one that people were talking about.
I hate the idea of Iceberg completely.
Because he has a job?
We need to be able to have people like Iceberg be in the plot of a story without them being taken away. Like, he's so important to this town, and Water 7 is built around the mythos of Tom that he's attached to. So he's part of that mythos, right? So having him gone would feel really wrong. Like, there was something really important missing from Water 7 if he left. I would hate him to be on the crew. Going back though to that fight, he loves him some walk-ups, eh? Like, Oda just loves him a good walk-up.
Well, I mean, let's be fair. A good walk-up is great.
I'm not I'm not saying it's not, but that man loves him a walk up. And the walk up and then the subsequent fight that takes place inside of here, they demolished Frankie's crew. It was just like Frankie's crew thought they had any kind of hope, and there was no hope to be had anywhere. The demolishing not only of the crew, but they decided to take his building out, which was a really, really interesting thing, because they just found out that they're having their beloved ship taken away from them. And then they go and they're like, well, there's a thing we know hurts. And that's to have the place that you gather, the place that you gather together, that you find your safety in and your joy in, where you make your memories and come together as a crew, that being demolished. We know how much that hurts. We just had it happen to us. So you know what? Have one of these, biatch, and then demolish the clubhouse. And so
it does feel like it was a personal slight. Like, you know what? We are going to make you hurt the way we're hurting right now.
Exactly. You took our money. You took away everything that we have. We might not even be able to purchase a boat anymore because of what you've done. But why don't you have one of these? And then like the complete annihilation of not just the people, but the place that they gather to be a crew. And that is absolutely decimating. And so I really thought in this one that they intentionally did that as a way of making the sting that much harder. And it works, because when Frankie came, they're sitting on the rubble and they're sitting right on top of a moon, sitting in the middle of the rubble. And I immediately was like, whoa, isn't that interesting? What a fascinating little thing that is. But that's corkboard. I put that out for corkboard.
All right.
And then they try to heal Usopp, and then they say, hey, Luffy, the ship, I've decided we'll say farewell to the merry go. And that's how the chapter ends. And you're just like, I don't think I'm ready for this.
Yeah.
I was right. P.S. I was right. I wasn't ready.
Interpersonal conflict in Water 7 is so good and so harmful because it feels so real. You completely understand where everyone's coming from and why they feel what they do, and it wouldn't hurt nearly as badly if you didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's a very intentional thing. So when we go back to the shipbuilding center and Corgi, the piece of crap, comes back, and then we see in the background behind Iceberg the little picture of Nico Robin with a $79 million bounty.
Yeah, well, Barry, but yeah. Obscenely high. Second
Barry,
highest in the crew after the captain.
When she's a baby.
Yep.
Yeah, so I took a big old screenshot of that because I know that right now I'm crushed, but I'm about to be more crushed because if it's not in this one, and I wondered if it was going to be in this one or not, and it's not really, but we're going to hear a Robin backstory, and I know it's going to decimate me because...
you think a child with a 79 million berry bounty is a reason to believe that there might be some sort of tragic past?
So yeah, you'll notice I didn't answer you.
I did notice that you didn't answer me.
Yeah. But a silly thing to say.
A tragic past in One Piece?
Yeah. Do you feel like you're done now?
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, this is going to be absolutely awful.
Guys, it doesn't count as gaslighting if it's obvious, then it's a joke.
Yeah. This is going to be maybe one of the worst backstories ever heard, because that is a baby. That is a tiny little baby. And the idea of her having a bounty on her head that high just already talks about the abuse, the use of her, and how people used her for her talents and her intelligence, how she was a pawn and manipulated as a child, how she didn't have anyone to protect her, that she was going to be the type of person who isn't somebody that people show unconditional love to, but has to just move around all the time, finding love and wishing people were love, until at some point she just decides she's not lovable. And because she's not lovable, she's just going to work for herself. Like, you can already feel all that in her story by looking at this picture of a tiny child. And I was like, well, this is going to be awful.
I'm not confirming you're right, but I did tear up a lot.
Yes. And so as soon as I saw that, I was like, I'm not ready for Robin's backstory. Yeah.
Robin
So,
did tell Luffy she had nowhere to go.
yeah, and she just wanted to die. And she's like, I'm your problem now because
No.
you decided to save me.
Someone's pointing out that there is a connection between the weather and the status of the crew in Water 7, and the weather keeps getting worse and more dangerous as the crew drifts further apart and has more conflict.
Yeah, I was going to
Until the
talk
calm
about
before the storm, where they decided they're settled, and then the reveal of Robin's air quotes betrayal and the Aqua Laguna hits. Oh my god, yeah.
I was going to talk about that later, you cheeky monkey, because I was going to talk about it in
Hey,
connection with the train, when they get the second train, and their ability to do it seems to coincide with their ability to bring some of their team back, because the weather calms down to the point where they can actually go out on the ocean slightly safer. But that person is absolutely right, because right away, as we're going through, like this picture you did with the Mary, which, by the way, thanks for this horrifying image.
What? This is just a happy boat.
Yeah, Kazuda, you're a brat. Now I'm crying all over again. Whew, okay, moving on.
Now you realize
why
Long Ring Long Land happened. Oda needed a buffer between the sugar highs of Skypiea and the super lows. Oh, super high highs of Skypiea and the super low lows of Water 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta take a palate cleanse in between those.
So let's do this. We're going into something that I hate.
But isn't it also the best fight in the series so far?
You be quiet. Here we go.
It is, though. You search your feelings.
Usopp is sitting there, and he's, I'm sorry, he's just broken. He talks about how he doesn't have the money, that until this guy Frankie comes back, we don't know if we can. Blah, blah, blah. But we still have 100 million berries, he says to him. So no worries. How could you be so rash? At least you're still alive. It is a worry. It's our money. Well, of course, Nami would feel that. We know who Nami is.
Yeah. I
noticed Pondaman in all of them because I'm staring at them as hard as I can. Sometimes I think I miss some of them. And then I see the little Pondaman and I'm like, oh, I think I know where that was. And then I go back and I'm like, oh, yeah, there he is. Because I'm staring at these like my life depends upon it. Like a normal person wouldn't, because they would be
never
reading
catch
it for
Panda
fun.
Man because I do not look at the panels in nearly as much detail as you.
But the boy, yeah, but
the boy.
because of the way that I'm doing this is that I end up finding Pandaman. And now that they taught us in the SBS a little while ago how to look for Pondaman as a kanji. Now I try to do that sometimes because apparently it was inside of Alabasta in the Poneglyph. In the words, apparently the kanji for Pondaman was in there and somebody from Japan found it. And so now I'm trying to find it. Yeah.
That seems much harder to do.
So now Luffy says, Japanese. Yeah, because I'm not Japanese and I keep forgetting the thing. Maybe I'll make Pondaman up here and put it on my board, which
I do like that instead of Panda Man, you call him Ponda Man.
Yeah, I really do, and you're welcome.
Okay.
I think that on the one we do next Saturday, when we're doing the train, and when we're doing the safety, Luffy is being tested as a captain. I agree. And when we do all the other Corkboard Corner, but I'll show Corkboard Corner because I've done some stuff to it. Yeah, like I've done some stuff to it. Okay, here we go. Woo. I'm not ready. You're not ready. I hope everyone has tissues. Here we go. So,
yep.
I've decided to switch ships. We owe a lot to the Merry-Go, but this is as far as she'll sail. And he's smiling. And he's just taking it. And Usopp has a big question mark and is like, what? So I've been looking at some ships to replace her. If we have $100 million, we can get one that's even bigger, but it'll have to be secondhand. Hold it. Hold it. You can't stop joking around now. So we don't have enough money to repair her. Oh, because I got the $200 million stolen. There isn't enough for it? I guess a top-notch shipwright charges a lot more. No, look, that's not it. I can explain. Don't hold anything back then. I'm not holding back. Getting money stealing has nothing to do with this. The merry-go can't be repaired any further. Then you have Usopp with his eyes big and staring at him, and Luffy. And then all of a sudden, they start breaking into this fight. Every other wave, every battle, the venerable mate that accompanied us through it all, and they make it absolutely break her heart. And you're not going to lift a finger. You're just going to abandon her in a place like this. Is that all this shit means to you, Luffy? And then the anger and the pain go up. You're not a ship's carpenter, Usopp. I will never turn my back on this ship. The Luffy I know would have seen her through their sales pitch and have faith in the merry-go. I misjudged you, Luffy. I've made my decision and nothing you say will change my mind. And so they go into it. Luffy almost kicks him off the crew and tells him to leave then. And then Usopp takes himself off and says, frankly, I can't keep up with the monstrous powers you guys possess. Like today, I couldn't even guard the money. So he's just broken and crushed and thinks that all of this is his fault. He's putting all of his worries and fears and insecurities onto this moment. And he's just attaching himself to this pain. And then he says, there's no sense in traveling together when we have completely different views. It's my own business where I go. I'm quitting this crew. And then he decides, and he screams out, fight me. You're the captain of the ship. Belongs to you? Then fight me for her. And I'm like, God damn it. They're absolutely going to fight for it. Usopp's overwhelming insecurities. Yeah, I agree.
And something I think is really important here is that Usopp in this moment is even more insecure because he doesn't realize that they don't explain to him why it's irreparable. They don't explain to him that it's the keel. They just say it can't be repaired. He doesn't know that the reason it can't be repaired isn't his inability to repair the Mary. And Luffy saying you're not a carpenter, while he means it like you don't know that it can't be repaired, like you don't have the expertise, it comes across to Usopp like this is your fault. You weren't able to fix her well enough and now she's dying.
And it makes sense that he would take it that way. But because of the way that they had a fight, which is so true for so many fights that you have with somebody, the thing that I really enjoyed about this fight in particular is you can actually see both sides of this fight. You actually can understand why the points that they both have, especially when Usopp doesn't have all the information that he needs to have.
Yeah.
And so when
so many great observations in chat.
When you feel like both of them are right, then you understand why it got this bad. Usopp's conviction to never abandon his friend is what made Luffy want him and his crew. Yeah, but usually Luffy never abandons a friend either. Like Luffy constantly says, it's because we're friends now that I'm going to fight for Vivi this entire damn time and help her take back her damn kingdom. So it's ridiculous for Usopp to think that Luffy was the type of person who would abandon a friend. Luffy has shown us time and time again that if there is even a margin of hope, he is the one that's number one standing there and saying, like, hold my hat, I'm about to kick some ass and take some numbers. I'm gonna take some numbers and kick some ass all over the place. And so you understand how bad this had to be for it to become like this. Now, the thing that I think is really important is the fight ends up being so unbelievably way better for Usopp than you ever think it's going to be. Because when Usopp tells Luffy, no, I know you, man. I know what you're like. I know how you fight. I've watched you time and again. I am basically the type of person who has watched everything in you grow, your powers, your fighting style, your abilities, and I know how to counter you. And I thought that that was a really important thing because I'm hoping that later, because I know Usopp will come back because people keep talking about him in the present tense and how he's their god. I'm hoping that later when Usopp comes back and he's part of the crew again, that his ability to stand against Luffy, when you've seen Luffy take on the Kami and all these other people, that Usopp will understand his value and his ability, and he'll understand the reason you couldn't be that other crew is because A, you didn't have the time to study them, but B, because you are a crew, not an individual. You were supposed to remember it's the exact same thing said to Luffy ages and ages ago. I can't navigate a ship. I can't cook. I can't be a sharpshooter, but one thing I can do is take you on. Everybody has a place and they fit within the Straw Hats, and together it's what makes them so strong. So I'm hoping that for Usopp, that after this fight, there's this change in him when he sees himself as being an essential part of the crew, because the fight that he had with Luffy should help to dictate for him who he is and what his strengths and capabilities he are. So I love that, because I think that it's going to strengthen him. But I think that something that is really, really important here is everybody talks about how this is when we're finding Luffy is a captain. And I'm going to jump ahead and behind because I do what I want.
Yeah, jump through time. Do it.
I'm going to jump all over the place, and that is what it is. But I think in here, everybody is talking about how this entire arc really shows Luffy as a captain. And I absolutely agree. He has some low moments. Sanji and Zoro help to remind him of what a captain is. I think it's Zoro. Is it Zoro who tells him, like, this isn't the time to back down and become despairing, because otherwise, how could we actually believe in you? You're the captain. Suck it up. And then all of that is 100% true. But what I think is really interesting is, to me, I didn't see Usopp fighting Captain Luffy. I saw Captain Usopp fighting Captain Luffy. And here's why. Here's why for me. Later on, when we jump ahead and Usopp finds out what's actually wrong with the ship, and he's talking to Frankie and they're underground, and Frankie throws him in the water and makes him actually look at what happened to the keel of the ship and how broken it is, Usopp becomes absolutely crushed inside and understands what's taking place now. So Usopp isn't the captain of the crew. Usopp is the captain of the ship. He is the captain of the Mary. When he calls himself a captain, he's the one who's fixing it. He's the one who's doing everything with it. Usopp has a stronger connection to the Mary than anyone. Fight me on it. Who comes to Usopp in the middle of the night in the jungle when we're up in Skypiea? Who?
I'd say the Mary.
The Mary, the spirit of the Mary goes to Usopp, and Usopp is standing in the middle of the Skypian jungle, and he's watching the spirit of the ship take care of itself and fix itself so that it can bring its crew safely to shore, so they make it because of the deep love. And why does he show himself to Usopp? Because Usopp is Mary's captain. And so when the two of them are having their fight, no, here comes the emotional damage. When the two of them are having their fight, I saw two captains fighting each other for the love of their crew. And so for me, it was absolutely crushing, because I knew that Usopp really felt like a captain. The evidence of it too is when you go back and you look at how Chopper was being told when they were on a little vacation moment on the boat, just before they get to where the train is, and Usopp says to Chopper, call me by my name, and then Chopper says, yes, Captain Usopp. Usopp's insistent upon it because he feels like he is the captain of this boat. And then Frankie confirms that he's the captain of the Mary, not of the crew, of the Mary, because Frankie tells him that the ship, the Mary, knows how much you love it. The Mary knows how valued you find her. The Mary knows you did everything you possibly could to love and care for her. And that's why the Mary showed herself to you when she fixed herself to bring you safe to shore. So Usopp is the captain of the Mary. I saw two captains standing chest to chest, fighting everything they could to protect their crew.
I love that interpretation, and I think the best way to see is after the Mary, will Usopp still insist on being called Captain Usopp to the crew?
Yeah, I think the poor kids can come out of emoji only time.
I also want to say the scene you referenced of Frankie sitting with Usopp is my favorite scene of Water 7. Like,
oh, I love that scene. But I'll get into it
in another drawing because I think this is done. But God, this came out nice.
It's stunning. I really love that. Yeah. So that is why I think that when we see this and everyone talks about this fight and references Luffy doing his best for his crew, I agree because Luffy is fighting for the crew. He is aware after the shipyard when Iceberg says to him, then you're a bad captain. Because if you were a real captain, all you would be thinking about is how are you getting your crew safely to shore every time? How are you keeping them safe in the middle of the ocean? You need to remember that your first job is to your crew. But then what we forget is that Usopp is doing the exact same thing. It's like he's giving up on a crew member and leaving them broken on a beach. And to just leave someone there and it feels so unceremonious, like, thank you for everything you've done, crew member. I'm just going to leave you to rot away slowly and mean nothing and nobody to understand how much you gave and how much you mean and what you are to a whole group of people. Well, you just slowly fade away into nothingness. And so that's what Usopp is raging against. So I see both sides in this fight because I see two captains fighting. And what I'm hoping to see after when Usopp comes back next time is I'm hoping that he now sees Luffy as the captain and he no longer asks to be called Captain Usopp because the Mary is gone and he's going to change roles now. That's how I see it for him.
And he is going to be just the sniper.
Yeah, he's going to be a sniper, but it's not just the sniper because when he's done with this, when he grieves the Mary, when he holds the Mary in his heart and he is able to move forth, he's going to have so much more feelings of confidence in who he is. He had this fight with Luffy. He did stand up for the Mary. He did every single thing that he could do for the Mary. And then Frankie brutally helps him move past it. So he understands the Mary knows what you did. The Mary knows you don't have to worry anymore. You did everything you could. So he can put his feelings of uselessness behind and he can allow himself to be part of the strength that moves the Straw Hats forward. And now he's going to become so much better as a person, so much better as a fighter, and so much better as a crew member when he's no longer fighting to feel superiority, when he just feels good inside.
I love that.
Okay, I'm moving forward because I can't
Okay, but
talk
can we
about it
talk
anymore.
about the particulars of the fight really quick and how badass? Like, I know we all knew Usopp was gonna lose, but how badass is all the little tricks he uses? The explosion, Luffy being like, "Take this seriously," and Usopp being like, "Can't you see? I am taking this seriously." Or have you not noticed that you can't goddamn move? Pinning him down, making him unable to smell the gas to blow him up, hitting him with the shurikens, and then my favorite moment, the "I bet that bazooka would have hurt. Let's find out."
Yes, exactly. When he has the recoil button thing on his hand
Yep.
and he sends it back at Luffy, you're like, are you kidding me?
It's all
Are
just so
you?
cool.
Yeah, it's just incredible. So I think that this was one of the best fights that we've had. The Impact
I think
This
to
is
this
one of the
point,
best
it's my
fights we've
favorite
ever
fight in the
had.
series.
Really?
Yeah, nothing comes better.
Okay.
Nothing comes higher than it. Like at this point of the series, I will say that doesn't last. There are a pile of fights I put higher than it. However, where we're at, I don't think there's anything I like more.
Yeah, I like it so much because Usopp gets to show that if you study something and live with it and know it, that it's not just the things you have in your hand. It was his skill at using them, right? Like you can have all sorts of tricks up your sleeve, but if you don't know how to use them and you're not using your brain, good luck. So it shows a smarter and smarter Usopp as well because he used them with perfection. Because Luffy is a god. I mean, you say what you will because you're gaslighting me, but
I'm not
Luffy is a
gaslighting
god.
you. I just am not going to confirm or deny your theories either.
Okay, but I'm going to speak in the present tense because I know what I know. So Luffy is a god, and Usopp stands there toe to toe with him, and the amount of damage he's able to do is the gas cloud. You're now standing in a cloud of gas, and then gas, fire star. Sorry for this. Damn.
Like, Luffy
Just
took
damn.
actual hits here. Like put it this way, right? Was Usopp anywhere near the threat Crocodile or Enru War? Not at all. But I think Usopp did comparable damage to like Don Krieg and Arlong.
Yeah, I would agree.
And this is a stronger
Okay.
Luffy who's been through a lot more since he fought Don Krieg and Arlong.
Yeah, I would agree. And then this moment here where I said to myself, you know what, Oda? Is it possible you're a jerk? Because you get to the end of chapter 332 and Usopp and Luffy have their arms around them. I see an island. Wow. What place is that? And then Mary's great big grinning head is there with water dripping off of her. And then it goes just, oh no, just a panel of Mary's face and eye. And it says, go Mary, full speed ahead. And then the water is pouring down her face like tears. Oh, the worst. Just like that. You rotten, rotten turkey. Oh, why did I ever agree to read this?
Because it's a beautiful series about hope in the face of suffering.
My heart. Okay, moving forward. So when Usopp leaves after the fight, and when Luffy fights him back and realizes he has to, because he can't let Usopp win, that would be ridiculous. It would be, it would make Luffy lose all the face as a captain, because Luffy said it earlier. The one thing I can do is beat you, when he says that to Arlong.
That's what he offers. He's the guy who can beat people up.
That's Luffy's job. So if suddenly that wasn't there and Luffy wasn't the front runner and Usopp can take him down, how is the crew supposed to stand behind him and believe in him and his role? And how are they supposed to get behind his dream of becoming the Pirate King? And so it has to happen. I know it has to happen. And yet, as it's happening, emotional damage.
Yep.
And then Oda keeps doing flashbacks the entire time because he says to himself, I don't think people are sad enough. But if I do some flashbacks of all the great things they've done together, that might help. Oh, okay. And then Luffy is turned around, staring at the ground, and says, this is too much. And then Zoro says, that's the burden of being a captain.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, are we talking about the time?
What?
People are like, it's been 2 hours.
Oh, people were just asking how late someone was. Someone was asking how late they were. Are we about to... So now, obviously, there's been this huge falling out. Everything's at its lowest. So now, obviously, is where things got to turn around and we get good news, right?
No.
What? Isn't that how stories work? That when things are at their lowest, that's when good things happen?
Yeah, that's what I thought too, Druck. That's exactly what I thought. I was like, once upon a time, there was bad things, but then on the other side, we picked them up. And then Oda was like, or no.
Or, you ready for the CIA?
Oh, God. And I hate them so much. So,
Can we talked about this on the phone. Despite him barely being in it, we both agree that the betrayal of CP9 that hits the hardest is Bluno.
Yes.
Because a barkeeper should be safe. The guy at the tavern should be safe. Like, you said it exactly, that, like, you should be able to trust that that's a comfortable place, that the bar is where you go to be part of a community and relax and unwind and share stories and hang out. And this random barkeeper that you meet in the city for barely any scenes, like he's in like 5 panels or something, being one of the secret agents, it makes sense. That's a great place to get information, but it hurts for some reason that wasn't safe.
I said, like, every single fantasy you read, every once in a while the barkeep is going to have a bigger role or be something more important. And every single science fiction thing you read, the barkeeper on ships in space is the person you go to feel comfortable. The barkeeper everywhere is kind of like supposed to be the person who's like a kind of a psychologist. and you come there and they're a counselor and they walk you through and they let you sit down and you get to actually take the load off and any masks you're wearing that you're covering up with your toughness, put them down beside you, lean in and be like, barkeeper, can I get a whiskey? And they're like, you had a bad day. So for this to be like, barkeeper, can I get a whiskey? Yeah, sure. I might also kill you.
And at the very least, I am only here because when you share your secrets, it's going to tell me stuff as a secret agent to abuse your city you love.
I don't care about you.
Yeah, you are a vehicle for me to get information.
Exactly. And so I started singing the Cheers anthem. You want to go where everybody knows your name and they'll take all your information. And I started making up new lyrics to it.
You got that song finished? You ready to debut the single?
Oh, I don't think I'm debuting it. Maybe in Corkboard.
Okay, next week.
But then there was this little panel here because we hadn't seen Frankie do his Frankiness yet. We only met Frankie in his mask. But in chapter 334, there is a lady who looks like if Mary Poppins had a bob.
Okay.
If Mary Poppins had a bob, and she gets on the train with the suitcase, while what is obviously Frankie with his blue hair sticking out the side is watching her get on. And so I suspect that's where the actual blueprints were supposed to go, because I don't know that Frankie had the real blueprints with him either. It felt like Frankie was trying to make sure they got off the land.
Okay.
And could be wrong, could be right, but for me, that's how it felt. And then we find out that the poor Iceberg has been shot. I feel very, very bad for his mouse. That's where my sadness goes.
Yeah, of course. Screw that man who was shot, but there was a mouse involved.
Excuse me, I'm not unsympathetic to his plight. He was shot. It was very, very bad. But Tyrannosaurus is very sad. And I love Tyrannosaurus. And I feel really bad for our sexist kid as well.
It is so hard to try to draw slightly realistic boobs when you're working with Oda's art style. Like when you're interpreting it, it gets so hard. I'm going to do my best.
Take a look at your weird boob over there on the left. Is that a boob hitting her in the face?
That is a thumbnail. Thumbnails are not anatomical.
I understand, but that placement boob, your placeholder boob, that's one hell of a funny boob.
Oh my god. Dog just draws circles. I don't care for the circles.
Okay. When Frankie comes back and he sees his place, the Frankie house, taken down to the ground. Kiwi, Masu, am I dreaming this? No, bro. This is definitely where Frankie house once stood. You're like, oh, things about to get... Oh, and then she says it, but this is brutal. And I'm like, things are about to get brutal all over the place. And, oh, I think Katu sent me the thing, so I got to see Frankie. Yeah. I cannot be happier. They know that we find out all of a sudden about this thing called Aqua Laguna, and I'm like, is Aqua Laguna going to be a big deal? It turns out, that is going to be a big deal.
It's a deal.
Yeah. And so the grandma goes back and takes her granddaughter because they're like, can't be out here for this. Let's get the hell out. I'm surprised they went to Water 7, but okay. And then when we're going into town and they find out that he has been shot and they're just waiting in the water and they're like, what's going to happen? I could not have loved this more. Frankie's dancing and everyone's like, go away. Oh no, I see him. And he's behind a great big curtain and you've got the silhouettes coming out behind it. And he's like, no, he's dancing. Don't be shy. Just sit back and listen. Frankie. Oh my God. That's what I'm saying. He's a red rug, but he's freaking incredible.
He demands attention, but he does something with it.
Yeah, like once he demands the attention, he's like, and now I'm going to be awesome. And he puts on a good show. And given where I work, I love that about him. I was like, you're doing all of the great good work. Absolutely demand all the attention, Frankie, because you got it going on. I have to pick up my thing and replug something in, so you're gonna have to wait.
You will vanish momentarily. Yep. What? Anyone else hearing that? Something's happening over there. Ah! Ah, indeed. Okay, everyone else is hearing it. Oh, she stopped. Okay. Oh, I started to beat with it, and it just... Oh, that's just... Oh. See, the problem is sometimes it drops and then it's offbeat. Oh, see, it's sometimes it double beats. I can't go with it because it's not consistent. I don't know what's happening over there. Okay, it stopped. Hopefully she's back. Hi, everybody. Oh, you back?
I got booted.
Narwhals, I always want to flex on people with the beatboxing. It doesn't come up that often. Okay, so while you were booted, your mic was just going at an almost regular beat, and I just went along with it for a little bit.
Permission to sample? Please sample. I'd love to hear that.
100%.
That's hilarious because I just disappeared. Everything was still plugged in. The only thing that fell out was the thing from the wall. It shouldn't have done anything. And then all of a sudden I was like talking. I said some really amazing things. And then I stopped and was like, oh, I guess he hated that.
Glad you're back.
Happy to be back.
I honestly, I wish that the had been perfectly consistent because it was going with it. It was fun, but then every once in a while it would skip a beat or double beat, and it was just impossible to keep up with because of that.
This thing here too, the first panel I had on when I came back was Frankie saying to Luffy, while I was away, you sure caused some trouble, didn't you, bro? So that's perfect timing for you. I love the Frankie dance. I have read the Frankie dance scene probably 6 times now. I've watched it 3 times.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because I love it. I think it's the best scene.
Does she have a fleur-de-lis on her boobs? I think she does. Is there a One Piece France?
Let me look. On the boob is... I don't know if that's a fleur-de-lis. One of them is wearing a teddy bear.
Yes, that one's more obvious.
And one of them is wearing a... I don't know what the hell that is.
It's kind of like a fleur-de-lis.
Yeah, maybe. And I can't tell you how much I like that Frankie is a cyborg. Are you kidding me? Have we not had enough things already?
No, now we have cyborgs. Get ready. You thought telepathic snails were enough? Get ready for cyborgs.
Cyborg? Come on, man. And then he breathes fire?
Not just fire, fresh fire.
Fresh fire. Dang, that's cool. Yeah, no, I love Frankie, and he'd be a great, useful crewmate, like, all day.
You just worry about the rug design, huh? You think he's not helpful for feng shui?
I'm just really concerned that it's going to throw the whole room off.
It really is the sort of thing for me that if he is included, it means that this is a plan that Oda's had for a long time, because you don't just add this without thinking.
Oh, yeah, no. Frankie, as a character, isn't someone that you're Oda and you're like, I really like this one. I think I'll add him. you're planning this sucker out. And I know you are, because as I pointed out to somebody else, when I was talking to somebody from our book chat, and they were saying like they really liked the moment that people said was super rude in the SBS, where Robin gives Chopper the candy floss with a bite out of it already, and then Oda says in the SBS, no, because if you look at the panels, however many back, in actuality, Sanji gives that to Robin, and to be nice, because she doesn't want to hurt Sanji's feelings, she takes a bite out of it, but she didn't actually want to eat it, so then she gives it to Chopper, because she knows that Chopper would enjoy it. And so and so when that happened, and he said that, I was like, yeah, I always forget to mention these things, because there's moments like that that happen in the story all the time, where Oda is proving that he does deep dives. And so, okay, JP Phillips, yeah, you did it. Thank you very much. And so when that moment just proves that when Oda is writing him stuff, he's doing it with super deep consideration. He didn't just randomly give Robin some stuff and then give it off to Chopper. This was a planned out thing. And so the character, if he sticks Frankie, and I know he has plans for Frankie, because Oda is way too thoughtful with the way that he puts together his story to just suddenly add something like Frankie to the crew without deep intentional thought.
Well, and I was telling you that, like, it's a cool thing about One Piece that there can be characters like Frankie who you don't know they're joining just because they have so much going on, because, like, Wiper had so much going on, stuck on Skypiea. Asa had a ton going on, stuck on Skypiea. Like, he's okay having a character be really deep and fleshed out, even if they are a temporary part of the Straw Hats' adventure and aren't coming with them.
Yeah, precisely. So you don't know what type of people he's going to put on. I think it would be better for him if he put on somebody really, really small as the shipwright. I'm standing behind that, because it's better joke wise. You could see him wanting to have Frankie, because Frankie has some of the characteristics that he would want, because he would say that Frankie has got the great big dude, plus he's a cyborg. I mean, who doesn't want a damn cyborg? And Frankie would be able to beef it up as far as weaponry goes, because Frankie has been doing all these weapon ships. But I think that maybe as a mild this pedal goes up, I'm really hoping that Frankie ends up like Pimp My Boat, and helping them with whatever new boat they get to pimp it up to have actually some capabilities of defense, because the Mary is phenomenal.
The Mary had like 3 cannons.
Yeah, didn't have a lot on the defensive side. So for me, on the this pedal goes up, I'm hoping to see that, like, if Frankie doesn't come on as a crewmate, that at least Frankie pimps the boat out to be way more defensive, because that to me would be pretty cool.
Have some better self-defense capabilities beyond 3 cannons, 3 small cannons.
Yeah. Ridiculous that the Straw Hats get blamed for him being shot, but, you know, right on cue, of course. What kind of boat do you think a red carpet would build? Oh, like, we've already seen him build so many boats in the backstory. That's also incredibly depressing, because Oda was like, you know what Water 7 is actually short for? Tears. That is what the canals of Water 7 are filled with.
It's a canal filled with tears.
That's right. That's right. Freaking canal of tears all over the damn place.
This water's so salty, but it's coming from a fountain. What's happening? Well, about that.
We take the tears and we put them in the canal, then we swim in them. So the Straw Hats getting blamed for everything going down is perfect timing, and then we're going to kill the lot of you. And you're like, yeah, that makes sense. And then shadow back to Robin. The criminals are here on this island. Find all the Straw Hat pirates and hang every last one of them. Fantastic, Oda. I'm really enjoying the death.
Yeah. Hang the Straw Hat. Here's the issue, guys. You can't hang Luffy.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work. He could tie his own neck in a knot.
I also
Still wouldn't work.
I also think Zoro could just flex his neck and the rope wouldn't break his spine.
Yeah, probably.
I think the rest of them you could probably hang.
I think, like this one, unseat Octagon. Yay, death!
Oh, Kaido, I didn't remember the purple mushroom. Can you remind me what it is?
Kaido, I'm not enjoying you right now.
Can't hang Chopper, no neck. So true.
It depends. If he's in his big form, you can. Like his big reindeer form, you absolutely can.
Robin snaps necks all the time.
Yeah, Robin doesn't care. Okay, I'm moving forward.
Okay. Kaido's gonna get back to us on your mushroom.
I'm not waiting for any mushroom things. I got stuff to do. Okay. So we have this great big fight that takes place between Luffy and all of the other shipbuilding places, including Frankie. But what I really liked about it is Frankie kept being like, quit beating him up. I need to beat him up. This is my fight and you're ruining my fight. And they're like,
he broke my house. Yeah,
he broke my house and he hurt all my people. And they're like, yeah, well, we think he shot the boss. And he's like, and this time we don't know the connection between Iceberg and him. So
I would love Luffy being like, no, guys, let Frankie try to beat me up. I did break his house and I didn't try to kill Iceberg.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the one crime I did.
Exactly. Klaatu, I have a big, interesting question about the stowaway of this thing, because I thought about that. And
it wasn't a stowaway, though.
But it was, I said, I think they're on the boat. And so
guys,
I had a big, I don't know on that one.
Guys, is the boat on the boat? Is a boat on the boat? We need a poll. Does Mama get a purple mushroom for predicting there'd be a stowaway when it was not a stowaway, but in fact the spirit of the Mary herself?
Yeah. I said that I thought that the boat, I said, I think that the person who fixed the boat is still on the boat. And then I just called them a stowaway. I said, a stowaway.
I'm not pushing as fervently, but this time...
No, I'm not either, because I said it could be either way for me, because it kind of is the boat, so it was on the boat. You know what I mean? It's a hard one.
I don't think it's a gold star either way, but I think it might be close enough to the truth that it's just no mushroom.
Yeah, that one. But what was the other mushroom for?
I don't know. We'll have a poll in a second.
Yeah. So stowing away in itself. Yeah, I said it's on the boat. And then I said like a stowaway. I went back to listen to it because I was like, would I give myself a mushroom or a star for these, or neither?
I think definitely no star, but possibly also no mushroom. And we just call it half true.
Yeah. But if there's another one. And
mushroom number one is the poll. Okay. I don't know I'm not going to vote this time. Normally I vote. I'm not going to vote because I actually don't know which way I lean.
Yeah, I'm struggling with it too.
Like,
I don't know which one is right.
Like, it's definitely not a star, but it might not be a mushroom either.
No, but which way is this? Does yes mean yes, it should have a mushroom?
Yes means you get a mushroom. Yes means you get a mushroom.
Okay.
No means there is no mushroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think it should be a star, but I said it was on the boat. Yeah.
It's half true. I could see the interpretation.
Yeah, that's what I said too.
It's a long pull, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I struggled with that one too. I was like, yeah, it is on the boat. It did come from the boat. It is the boat. But it's not a stowaway. So I had the same kind of thinking. Okay.
We'll see what chat says. I'm fine with listening to them when we're not certain if something's a mushroom or a star.
Yeah. Well, for neither of us are like very sure. Okay.
A boat is always on the boat. That is, I see the point there.
That's exactly one of the things. I thought kind of neither either, because I was like, yeah, it's not right, it's not wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Nobody is bothered by the fact that they destroy the entire bloody boat fixing and building area again, but I just want to put out there, just for Water 7, I'm upset about it, Water 7. I'm upset about it. It hurts my feelings that occurred.
I'm sure Water 7's really grateful that you feel that way.
Then we start to get like some crazy crap going on with, oh, I think that it's going to get crazier and crazier, and we're going to lose all the beaches here, and the water is going to go up really high. And I was like, what a cruel thing to do. Because, like, yeah, Venice floods. And during the spring, I want to go during the spring sometime because I've seen all the videos, and I want to go again without 50 kids. I think that would be a lot more fun.
Yeah, maybe it might be more fun to go without 50 kids.
Yeah, I think it would be a really good time.
What about all your former students watching this right now being like, cool?
No.
Glad to know I ruined Venice for you.
No, they were still awesome, and getting to see Venice and see it through their eyes is awesome, but I would like to just, you know, walk around without children everywhere that I had to worry were being rotten little rotters.
Of course.
So I think that it's really cool because, yeah, Venice does. It floods badly. But this one here, to have this idea, have it be like so deeply flooded to the point that all the lower levels are completely underwater, and then have it be an anomaly year where suddenly it's much more in. There's a statue that they have built where it's an artist did a statue of politicians talking about climate change. And the irony of it is that while they were having a debate about it in this one place, it was actually totally flooded, and only the tops of the statue were, I think it was called Indecision or something. I don't know the name, so my brain is apparently making crap up. But as in the bronze statue of the politicians thinking about it, it absolutely got annihilated in flood. Yeah, the one in Berlin. It was just the tops of their head. And that made me think of this one here, where they're all hanging out, and they're like, yeah, it's bad.
Terrible news. You have been given a mushroom for predicting a stowaway. We've asked chat for their input, and that's what they've said.
I don't super agree. I don't super disagree.
Same, which is why we've let chat decide, and they've decided a mushroom. Maybe it's people being active to vote because last time I didn't get my way with my sneaky trap, so they're like, well, we'll give you this mushroom. It's like when you get an Oscar for not your best movie because they feel bad that you didn't get one.
To me, it kind of felt like a penalty because penalty wasn't called from the other team when it should have been in hockey.
Well,
and so I'm sorry, I'm Canadian. So if we're going to do anything, it's going to be a Canadian thing where they're like, oh, our bad. We didn't give a penalty and we absolutely should have. So we'll do it now.
All right. You've been given one purple mushroom.
Sandra, the ocean is raising, but Venice is also sinking. It's not a good situation for Venice. They are trying to bolster it, and they're doing their very, very best.
Man, I almost made a tragically hip reference, but Americans won't get it, so this is not worthwhile.
But now I want to know the tragically hip reference.
You just said Venice is sinking, and I said much like New Orleans is what I was going to say. Much like New Orleans is what I was. It's nothing. It's nothing.
New Orleans is sinking.
Americans, listen to New Orleans is sinking. Absolute banger.
Mushroom number 1. What does this mean? Cecil the Dragon contributed 1,500 channel points. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either.
You know what? We're genius level at Twitch. I'm going to tell you right now.
Oh, the other prediction. All ancient weapons are people is wrong when we have blueprints. We actually talked about that on the phone, and what we've come to is we're not confirming it, because there's a chance there's a human component, and there's a chance that the blueprints are instructions, not actual blueprints.
Yeah, so but wait, let me go into that.
Yeah. But we came to an agreement, you and me, of why you shouldn't get a mushroom for this.
We looked at that, and we were talking about it, because I'm all mushroom all the time. If I deserve a mushroom, I'll take a mushroom, because I make a mean omelet. I said it before, I'll say it again. But one of the things we think about is that the location of the ancient weapons is on the poneglyphs. And the poneglyphs aren't rewriting it every time the blueprints are moved around the world. And they're like, oh, Tom has them now. Tom has the blueprints for this. And so it's with Tom. Oh, no, now it's with this person. It's over here. And so it would be ridiculous to think that the blueprints themselves are just the weapon for it, because the weapon exists. It needs to exist outside of it, because otherwise the poneglyph would be inaccurate. Mm-hmm. And so we think there is another component to it.
I'm not adding a theory to it. I've not put my head in, but I have said it is very possible there's another component to it, and there might be a human element to it or anything like that. I just think that all we've been told about these being blueprints is from the perspective of the world government, who've never actually held them. So we don't quite know what the limits are. So I don't think we need to commit to a purple mushroom yet, because like...
So we said, like, let's wait. It could end up being wrong, but it might end up being more to it. We also said it's possible that they're like, the blueprints are more like how to work and run it, and something already exists, or there's a whole bunch of possibilities, but we just think there isn't enough information. If there was, I'd mushroom the crap out of it.
Yeah, I feel like if it is as straightforward as these are the blueprints to build a Pluton, that we find that out in the future, then this will be a purple mushroom, but we don't know yet, and I think there's a lot of wiggle room in this. So this is like a hanging mushroom where it might come up, but I think like it's worth holding off before we say anything certain here.
We know that the blueprints were for making it, not its location, but what we're saying is that the fact that it existed, it told the location of where things were nasty, and it told it written in the poneglyph that can't be rewritten.
So there's a feeling of, okay, so Mama Drak pointed out that she has the sense for narrative, and that's where a lot of predictions come from. I feel very similarly in this one, where it just feels like this doesn't seem as straightforward as we're being told that it is. And that's kind of my read on it since I first read this section, where it just feels weird for there to be poneglyphs guiding us towards where the Pluton is if there's also just blueprints to build a new one. It feels like there's more to it than we're being told. And because of that, I'm willing to give this some space and say, hey, if it's as simple as it sounds, then we're absolutely going to give a purple mushroom for this one day. But it doesn't feel like it has to be that simple.
Yeah, it feels that there's still a lot more to that one. I'm looking forward to finding out what direction that mushroom goes.
Yeah. In the future, we will know.
Okay. So when Luffy decides that the best way into a place is to Luffy it and crash through a front window and just be like, you know how I'm going to do this? I'm just going to take myself into the building. And then he goes and sees Iceberg, and Iceberg says, I want to see Nico Robin, one more time. And he says, I can't help you. I don't know where she is. And he said, I gambled on a silly little hope that I could get closer to the truth. And so he's decided we need to capture the crew. This goes right back into classic Luffy. Like, Luffy is right here saying, I don't believe it. Robin couldn't be this. This couldn't be the thing about Robin. Da, 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 da. And so it shows us, it just reminds us as people that Luffy has always had his crew's back. So where Usopp is fighting on behalf of, you've gone out of focus a little bit, Drunk, where Usopp is fighting on the behalf of the crew, which is his Mary, you've got Luffy here fighting on behalf of the crew, which is Robin, because there's some pretty convincing evidence here that Robin has been a rodder. And he's still like, no, this person, Luffy is ride or die. Exactly. And that's exactly what it is. So Luffy wouldn't just give up. And I think that Usopp knows that, but Usopp feels like he should be given up on. And that's why Usopp had that feeling.
I think when Usopp failed to get the money back, that was him confirming to himself that he was too weak, that he was like the Mary and going to be left behind. And
precisely.
He just didn't have a place anymore. He'd given up on himself.
So because of that, I think that's where that fight comes from, because everybody knows that that's not who Luffy is. Then we go to the bar where we get to meet the bartender who ends up being a massive jerk face.
Yeah, the very nice bartender.
And we see Kokoro, who he calls Kokoro the Hag. Not very nice. And it's super upsetting later to find out that this person is actually bad. But she seems to know all sorts of secret things. The work of pirates, do you really think that? So I like that she plants all these seeds in his head about, do you really think this could have come from the pirates? And maybe you need to start thinking in different directions. Because I think it really helped later on when Frankie meets up with Usopp, because she already put it into his mind that he's thinking in a wrong direction. And I think that was very important. And then right at the end of the chapter, who do we see but Nico Robin? Of course, you'll also become wanted by the entire town, Nico Robin. True, but it's only temporary. The important thing is tonight, to get into Iceberg's mansion. If things go wrong, feel free to erase all evidence. Someone named Tom had it originally among his followers. Iceberg is the only one still living. And then she says, whatever happens, remember that this is a mission for justice. That's what they say to Robin. And you're like, oh, really? What kind of justice? So it's starting to feel like justice, and the concept of justice is its own bizarre thing, because you've got like different type of justices taking place. You've got lazy justice, which is that idea that justice is going to happen on the side, and you're going to sit by and let things occur until you need to step in, and that sometimes by doing nothing is the best way to have justice fulfill itself. And then you've got this justice thing, and justice is starting to feel, for lack of a better word, justice is starting to feel poisoned.
Interesting.
So it's starting to feel as if the concept of justice and justice existing is tainted. Tainted? Yeah. I'm going to go with tainted. I'm going to eat a marshmallow.
Okay. Marshmallow eaten. Confirmed.
And then, where am I? Right.
I can't believe the big button that said run ads didn't run ads. I keep going back to that in my head. Like, how is that not how you do it?
You keep going dizzyingly in and out of frame on this.
That's weird, because
it's never done that before.
When I'm looking at Streamlabs, it looks fine every time. So when I look at it, it's fine. I'll try to stay still, I guess.
I'll try to stay still. Attention, citizens of Water 7. This is your official Aqua Laguna warning. All docks of the shipbuilding factories are hereby designated as evacuation centers. Please make your exit promptly, but in an orderly manner. Be advised that Dock 1 is currently dangerous. I love this idea. He has some sweet, sweet ideas. But I love this Aqua Laguna idea because it is incredible.
Laguna is how it's usually pronounced?
Or Laguna, sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, no. I love this idea because what a cool thing to have. It's another one of those times when you have a bunch of plots going on and things that you got to be concerned about, and all these different things are occurring at the same time. And
promise tomorrow.
As another little side note, everything is going to be underwater soon.
Yeah,
and so
giant annual tsunami is here.
Yeah, so anything that you do is also going to have this wonderful feeling of terror and drowning in the background. And that is a cool, cool idea. When Usopp has to leave the Mary because the people come on, you feel so heartbroken because he tried so hard. And in the end, it really didn't matter. Because he had to leave the Mary alone while he went out. And
oops, a daisy.
When they see Robin and she says, I won't be going back to the crew. And you're like, are we going to lose 2 crew members in this time? Now, to be fair, I knew we weren't going to lose 2 crew members. I was crushed that this was happening. But too many people talk about how much they love Nico, Robin, and Usopp. So for me, that felt like a spoiler alert.
I'm going to tell you, a lot of people talk about their love for Mr. Toubon Carré. So people can be beloved without being part of the crew.
Mr. Two's coming back, though, so that's okay. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be on the crew. I would imagine no, but he's coming back. I already have that as a prediction.
You do. That is on the predictions.
There are no lies about me in that article. I was definitely the one who entered the mayor's mansion last night. There is a darkness in me that you and the crew do not know. A darkness that will someday destroy you. Well, now we're just actually getting the sads. Actually, it's convenient that the locals are blaming you for the attack. That'll help me make my escape. I didn't deserve it, but thank you for the kindness you've shown me until now. Oh, it crushed my soul because I'd already seen that picture of Robin, so I know what a horrible back life she's had. And when I watched her have to tell crewmates that she wasn't going to be a part of them anymore, that she was dark, that she was going to break them and then thank them for the kindness and say she didn't deserve it. I just really felt for Robin more than a lot of other characters, because you can tell how alone she is. It reminded me a lot of Nami and her backstory, that Nami was a prisoner and had to work with inside the crew, but she was amongst the enemy and having to pretend to have relationships and friendships with them. Yeah, I know about the Jim Carrey thing. Somebody said it in here and I was like, you know what? I could see that. Yeah, I could see it. And so to have her crushing childhood ideas that I feel like she's gone through a living hell, to have a wanted poster of her when she was a tiny baby, and then to have her tell them we're never going to see each other again, and knowing that for her, that means that she is going to move away from the only people she felt have ever given her love and understanding. And so she's tossing away her one group of champions, and that's it. If she leaves them, she has no one else championing her, and she knows it. She knows that's it. And that's heart-wrenching to think about. And I feel gutted for her. I like, though, that when they're trying to figure out what they're going to do and they're all separated from each other, meanwhile, they're all trying to find the crew. They're all trying to get Robin back. They all have these ideas of what, hey, Lucky Love, of what protecting each other looks like. And then meanwhile, Usopp is doing the same thing for his crew. He's doing the same thing for the Mary. He's out there trying to use all his money to buy supplies to fix her. He's trying to do everything that he can to save and believe in his crew. And all of this was really important. I mean, that's why when people talk about the stories, this to me was just as important for Usopp, that he needed to feel like he did everything he could. Because otherwise, later, when he was part of the crew, he would otherwise always wonder if he had done all he could for Mary. And so watching him try to get these supplies and going, the Laguna is coming up, the Aqua Laguna is coming up, and here he is running through the streets, sitting on the Mary, trying to hold her together. And it's amazing to think that everybody is putting their whole heart and soul into believing for their crew. But for Usopp, it's a lonely journey. He's alone on the boat. He doesn't know what's happening. He's lost all the people, and it's just him and his Mary trying to ride out a storm while he tries to bring her back to health. And I found that crushing.
But at the very least, he's not suspected from attempted murder.
Well, he's still part of the crew, so I'm sure if somebody found him, they would be like, aren't you part of the crew, pointy nose? And then watching them trying to find Robin so they can question her, and still having so much faith in her. Just so much faith. Where are you, Straw Hats? Says Frankie. They're all running around the street. Everyone is trying to find the Straw Hats. The Aqua Laguna is coming up. And then all of the remaining Straw Hats sitting in the top of the tree. Sanji isn't here, but all of the Straw Hats sitting up in the tree. If we jump in without a plan, things can go bad. Oh yeah, look who's saying that now. If you see any movement, let us know right away. And they're all just sitting up there waiting and waiting, trying to get there so that they can rescue Robin from herself. Because Robin told them, yeah, I am bad. Yeah, I am going to do bad things. Quit having faith in me. Yeah, it is exactly nasty. It's just like he never lost faith in Nami. Luffy doesn't lose faith in the crew. And that's why I think the fight between Usopp and Luffy was so difficult for us, because Luffy is the one who is always fighting for the faith of the crew. And for him to have a moment where he almost was the one who said it, oh, you're way blurry again, was crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I'm blurry sometimes. Guys, I'm blurry today. Don't worry. I'm just fading out of existence.
Well, I just worry because then when it's on YouTube people are going to be like, hey, everybody, did you notice how blurry you were? Hey, it's blurry.
No. Here's what you're forgetting. YouTube, if you're all going to say the same thing, I love it. It drives engagement up. It's exclusively good for me. If all of you I have not once included the answer to whether or not Mama's gonna watch G8. You know why? You know why? Engagement numbers. I'm gonna keep leaving it out. I'm gonna keep leaving out whether or not she's gonna watch it out of the YouTube videos. You want to know? Come on stream. I've said it a bunch, but I am going to keep leaving it out of YouTube videos because engagement numbers are good for me.
Blur it up then, you big blurry fuzzball.
I gotta tell you, a third of my comments have to be people being like, you have to get Mama to watch G8. You gotta do it.
We've talked about when I'm watching it like 100 times on here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lines are getting blurred. Lines are getting blurred along with your face.
I don't think there's anything unethical about not answering questions. That's a line I'm comfortable crossing.
Well, I know for sure because one of my students told me that you completely left out the part, which I already knew, about us talking about the golden ball and what other meaning it could have. And then one of my students was like, people are obsessed with this golden ball thing, eh?
Yeah, and I even said on air, I left this out of the YouTube video, that I'm going to cut out the first time and only leave in the second time we talk about the golden ball, so there's 20 minutes that people can comment about how it means testicle as if we didn't know.
Exactly. Things can have more than one meaning. Things can have more than one meaning. Try to put yourself in focus, you weird, unfocused person.
I'm working on it.
Do you have your camera in a different spot? Are you blurry or did you touch
camera's in the
it?
same spot. I think it's at, we're getting more into winter, so I don't have natural lighting coming in.
We're going to have to get you a ring light and highlight your pretty face.
I have a ring light. It's just kind of small, and the natural lighting helps a bit.
I see. Okay. Well, you're super blurry.
Oh my
There you
God. Go. Okay. All right. We good? We good to continue?
Yeah, blurry. We are. Okay.
Oh my God.
One other panel I almost got you to draw is the one where you have the giant teddy bear with the giant mask and Nico Robin in her wicked little full cloak outfit. Because
looking very dragon-esque in that cloak.
It is so dragon-esque. It's wicked. And then when we all come to the door and we're racing through and they're fighting against them and you're like, oh, this is so crazy. Stand down if you want to live. You people are no match for me. And there's this huge battle and you're like, what is Robin involved in? This is nuts. And then we have the blueprints being pulled out of the ground and those two, my God, that giant skeleton and bull costume are terrifying. When they come through the door, you're like, well done, terrifying.
Yeah, Bluno went all in on being terrifying, leaning into the bull aesthetic.
Yeah, that was absolutely terrifying. I wish you could see how blurry you are. It looks like you Vaselined the camera lens.
I'm looking at Streamlabs and it's not blurry. Are you sure your resolution, your stream isn't just cutting out?
Who knows, maybe.
Maybe your internet's just bad today, so it keeps reducing the image quality.
Hey, that could be. Is he blurry? You look blurry. Doesn't look blurry for me. That's perfect. Let it just be me, then I'll quit talking about blurriness.
Okay.
This was such a betrayal. Like, it's not often when you are reading a piece that you're going to expect a betrayal this big to just be in one of the arcs as one of a side type things, right?
Yep.
Like, to have almost your whole crew of people come into your room. They shoot him again, by the way.
Yep. Iceberg once again gets shot.
So we're up to 3 now. To have such a large betrayal is mind-boggling. But you know what else was mind-boggling? Is that fruit, being able to create a door in anything.
The door fruit, it has to be the best fruit a spy could have, right?
Oh my God. If you're a spy and you have a door fruit, you have just, been given the ticket to being the awesomest.
Like, that is peak spy power. I cannot imagine a better power for a spy to have than just like, oh yeah, I can go anywhere, anytime whatsoever. No wall, no fortification is physically capable of stopping me.
This is what you do. This is how you become a spy master. You have the group, they're trying to decide who's the leader. You walk up to a solid wall, you make a door, you go through it, you come back out, you close it off, and you're like, we good? And they're like, yep, I'll call you captain right now. That's how you become spy captain. Oh, are you locked away? I don't care. I can just come in anyway.
You need to break this guy out of jail. Okay. Done.
Done. We need
literally.
these plans. Done.
Done.
We need to go in and kill this person. Done.
Literally nothing can stop me from doing any of the things you've suggested. Oh god, I have to go do push-ups. You keep it up.
I love the tiny snails. I think if I was going to have a snail, I would want the little tiny snail to be my snail.
3, 4.
Bon, Clay, Django, and Frankie are all the same Japanese voice actor. Oh, that is cool. Yeah.
Woo! Okay, I'm back.
Timo Terrimon says they do too. The little tiny snails are the most amazing little guys. Can you imagine getting to take those with you and just be out in the world? I know it's kind of like a phone, but cute. Don't forget it's cute. Your phone's not cute. Your phone's just a phone.
That's true.
Pocket snails are like a friend and a phone.
I was honestly shocked. I feel like we've been primed to accept weird fiction lately by media. I was shocked at how few people whose first introduction was to One Piece was live action were shocked by telepathic snails. Like, it seems like people just rolled with that in a way I wasn't expecting.
That they were just like, oh, there's telepathic snails? Yeah, that seems legit. Yeah. But it kind of makes sense if you think about it. Like, you're watching a thing and you're like, oh, telepathic snails. Huh. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, neat. Okay. I definitely didn't just roll with it when I watched One Piece as a kid. I was like, that's fucking weird. This is phones? Phones and snails?
I called you and we're like, so we have phone snails?
Yeah, snail phones.
You were like, yeah snail phone.
That's how I know they did a good job at creating a surreal environment in One Piece live action, is I know more people who read the manga and get confused by Den Den Mushi than the live action.
The fighting that takes place inside the castle is incredible. It's such a lead up to have all these people who are from the CP9 wearing all the costumes and hidden, because it's the tension, and the tension is building, and you're like, who are these people after them, and what fraction of government is this? And you keep thinking like, what the hell? And then all the little backroom fighting that's taking place and the scariness, and to have it be people you've already met.
Yep.
Damn.
And they are so goddamn scary. We're introduced to the idea of the Rokushiki martial arts techniques and how dangerous they are. And when finally Luffy and Zoro, the two strongest crew members, get to Lucci and Bluno, they are just dismantled.
Immediately. And you're like, oh, no.
Now, granted, it does seem like close quarters fighting is these guys' specialties, and they get the drop on our crew, but that still speaks very highly about the threat they pose.
And the finger bullet? Come on.
Shigun. Yeah, when I watched this, official subs weren't easy to track down, so I watched fan subs, and they kept all of the Rokushiki techniques untranslated. So I can remember most of them by their Japanese names, and Shigun is just cool to say, and that's finger pistol.
It's so cool. It is an incredible attack, because when you think like Robin's fruit is amazing, but they're like, yeah, I also use my body to attack, but I don't need extra limbs. I can literally put this finger through you as if it's a bullet.
So the idea of Robin with that power is scary enough that there was a really popular fan comic someone made about Robin becoming an assassin called Rokushiki Robin that was about Robin learning this martial art.
That's super funny, because I actually thought, like, if Robin wasn't killed, if they were smart, they would say, you know what, let's bring Nico Robin on side, because if you can make as many hands as you want, like, she would be a Gatling gun. She would be terrifying.
It's
okay. let's go into here. Robin in meeting Iceberg is really cool, especially since we get to see it through two different views.
Mhm.
Because oh my, this certainly is a surprise. I honestly never dreamed we'd be meeting here, Nico Robin. Have we met before? Last night was the first time, but I've always wanted to meet you. And then when he pulls out and tries to kill her, and she pulls out her guns and tries to kill him,
Mhm.
before you destroy the whole world. And I'm like, God damn it. What's Robin's backstory? Why does everyone think this chick is going to destroy the whole world? Because we just saw her at Alabaster where she's like, why are these powerful weapons down on Earth? Wow, I don't like them. And now everyone in this one, he keeps talking about her destroying the world. Since antiquity, researching and decoding the poneglyphs has been classified by the government as a global high crime. You must know that. How do you know about the poneglyphs? It's absolutely the coolest time. The only person who can reactivate the ancient weapons is Robin. Oh, okay, now. So Robin is not dangerous in and of herself in a way in this, too. It's like Robin is an ultimate weapon because
Well,
Robin is able to do things
she
that
can
other
read the
people are not able to
poneglyphs.
do.
Nobody else can read
Exactly.
them.
Exactly. But why would, yeah, whatever. It won't matter who's the one who possesses or just evil. The result will be the same. You can't expect weapons to bring peace to the world of mankind. The whole world will be destroyed. Robin, I can't wait to hear your backstory. Did you just put super in behind them?
Yeah.
That's amazing. You know, there's a problem that you're getting so fast.
I'm speeding up and it's making it actually harder to not run out of art to do.
Like, you're getting so fast.
I deleted a major section of the Mary today and still we're gonna finish both of these.
My God, that's incredible. He tries to take Robin down, but he forgets that Robin can just spin her spinny hands around him and take away the gun. And Robin bees Robining. When we find out that let me just see where we are. When we find out who the bad guys is, I love Luffy. Luffy in this one is nonstop getting stuck in between things. He gets stuck in between one wall. He's stuck under the bridge. He's stuck in a wall. God, Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy, did you come all this way just to take the blame? And then he kicks him and Luffy's like, oh, thank God, now I'm out of the damn wall. And annihilates Luffy and pins him to the ground, which works out in a way because, you know, then he can make great, great friends with people. And, you know, Luffy could make friends with wallpaper.
You're not wrong.
Luffy comes into a room and is like, hey, wallpaper, what do you want to do today? And the wallpaper is like, you're pretty cool. And so the two of them teaming up to fight together is awesome. Okay, so to a dying man, then Lucci takes off his mask. Kaku takes off his mask. Oh, what a absolute betrayal. This is such a deep betrayal. And for some reason, that frickin' barman is such a betrayal.
It hurts for some goddamn reason so badly. Like, no, the barkeeper can't betray them.
Yeah, it absolutely shouldn't hurt as much as it should. But this reveal is incredible. 5 years undercover. Absolutely doing a banger job. Killing it in the industry.
Great spies.
Gaining his complete trust, and then to pull apart. You've heard the name Cipher Pull, CP1 through 8. Oh my God. So we go all the way up to 8, and they're like, of course. And yet we are CP9, the 9th Cipher Pull, which shouldn't exist. Oh, God. Now I want there to be a Cipher 10, just so we're clear, even.
You want a Cipher Pull 10, even though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to make a prediction that there's an even secret or Cipher Pull?
Just let me think for a second, because
I will let you think on it.
I like that Oda tells us, like, you know, we've had this conversation before about how he brought Mihawk Hawkeye into the scene, like, in East Blue so early, like, oh, we're just gonna chuck this dude out there.
Mhm.
And then he fights him with a tiny little kitchen knife, and you're like, God dang. Which is amazing. But there are people who are stronger than Hawkeye. So are they the other pirate? Maybe no. But there are people who are stronger than Hawkeye. And so I do love the idea if we meet what we think is the highest level of cipher pole, and then it turns out no. So just for fun and because mushrooms are tasty,
Okay.
yeah, let's do a cipher pole 10, or at least it could have a different name. It could also be so secret it's not even a cipher pole.
Okay. So but a higher level of government secret agent.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep it as broad as possible so that regardless of options, you have a chance if there is something.
Well, I've met you, Jeannie.
This is as kind of a prediction as I can give you. I am saying...
Oh, I know it is. I've met you.
I'm saying if there is any secret agent group that works for the world government that is more dangerous or more secret than CP9, we're going to say, yep, you get a gold star.
CP 9.5. Thank you, Jade.
CP 9.5. Drunk the Jin. Honestly, I've been thinking I do need to make like little genie art of myself.
Yes, you do. That's 100% true. No, I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So Frankie, the fact that they know that Frankie's alive, and then we get this amazing backstory. I think that it's incredible that Oda produces backstories one after another, which you have to do because when you're doing something that's this rich, when Oda is creating so many layers and levels, you're going to have so many backstories in order for us to really get a full idea and a full meaning of how crazy things are and why things are such an injustice or how people are connected together. It makes it way richer.
Kaido, that's a good interpretation.
Yeah. So I love that there is this whole other backstory for why Frankie exists. But I hate. I just looked at it again. I skipped it the last time I reread this. I hate the finger bullet because he uses gross words in it like splut.
Splut?
Yeah. Every time he sticks his finger into someone and he makes himself a finger bullet, then he goes splut. And I'm like, and then lucci is holding his dove and he lifts his hand up and one finger is just covered in red. And you're like, oh God, no. So yeah, I hate it because it's gross, but the split is also enough for me. And it was shocking to see how decimated Luffy became because we have been at a point now where we're thinking like generally Luffy is able to hold his own in most things, and to see him just get taken down like this was such a great indication that we are not seeing something at such a higher level.
And this isn't like Crocodile where it's like a power Luffy can't fight. Like, there is no ability Leopard has that makes it untouchable to Rubber Man. Like, exactly. Leopard isn't something you need to strategize around. It is just a guy that much stronger than Luffy.
Exactly. And when Zoro shows up, you think, oh, this is going to be another one of those typical moments. Luffy starts the fight. He's fighting. He can't kind of do it. He needs his team. Zoro shows up. They fight and take. Nope. Absolutely not. And
sorry, Leopard's too hard.
You're like, oh, that's interesting news. That kind of changes my perspective on power levels and what I so far know about the world. Because if these people exist, then there's a whole other level of people with super abilities. Then there's got to be more like that out there.
More people with these crazy martial arts abilities. It's what I love about One Piece is that there's so many power systems, and one of them is martial arts.
Yeah, and so what I'm thinking is either more with these exact particular, more members of CP9, or higher than this level, or whole other types of martial arts or fighting styles or things that are going to end up being really, really difficult for them to take on. And it's just kind of video game logic that, you're going to keep meeting against bosses that you can't quite conquer and you have to level up. but it's still like to have it be such a decimation really felt like, oh, I thought we would be a lot closer.
Yeah. How quickly the crew loses here and how brutally feels shocking with what they've been able to accomplish. Especially, I really think it hits harder the fact that there's no trick, there's no special ability. They just get beat.
Yeah, no, they absolutely just get annihilated. And I love the cat fruit.
Cat fruit model leopard. Someone pointed out
Yeah.
that tori is Japanese for bird, so hatori is just hat bird.
Yeah, there's also the thing though about that word. I was looking it up. Let me find it right here.
I just thought of something that's gonna make this so much cooler. Oh my god, is it gonna work? Chat, you're following me on a mission. This is gonna be great.
Hattori was a clothing guild for the Shinsen family. They were silkworm growers. There's a whole thing about how they took revenge, and so there ended up being a sword similar to a katan that was named Hattori. So Hattori is also a weapon.
Oh.
Because
Guys, follow me with this. We're gonna do something cool here. Anyone hear of a little trick called chromatic aberration? This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great, chat. All right. Sorry,
I'm
you keep going.
stoked about that. It's going to be really hard to choose the thumbnail for this piece now that this one is so good. Plus, that you've got the one with the Mary.
I think I'm going with the Mary, but I'm kind of glad we got to do both. We'll have to. We were going to do this one for Corkboard, by the way, so we're going to need to come up with a third image for Corkboard Corner after the Sea Train next week. But yeah, we'll figure it out.
I already have it. It's Robin. She's in her cloak and she's standing beside a giant teddy bear.
Yeah, but read the Sea Train first. What if there's something there that's so great you want to include it?
I don't know. I also feel really bad for Paulie. Deep down inside, I still feel like we're still comrades because Oda is making a really good job of reminding us that there was camaraderie between them, actual friendship. And friendship in here means so much. And so to have Paulie be really crushed by what's taking place and that all of the people that he trusted as comrades are fighting against him and are actually working under the cover of darkness, this is like an ultimate in feeling like you have been had by a group of people who were supposed to be your found family. That's an awful feeling. Okay, we are going into chapter 350. What do we go to?
We are going to 365.
Good. I'm moving ahead a lot more. Oh, but there is an amazing image that he did.
I forgot how this works, I think. Oops.
I couldn't remember what movie it reminded me of. I kept staring at it. But in 350, he does this amazing image where Lucci and the others are going through the air, and they're all in all black with black rimmed lined eyes over top of the city, flying through the air, and Lucci is looking up at the camera. It is incredible. I'll show it to you later because it was like the ultimate in the baddest baddies. They look like a secret agent gang that could take over the world. And you're just like,
okay, guys, look how good the chromatic aberration looks.
That is really cool. Amazing layering.
We're going to make it better. We can go further beyond. All right, keep going. Keep going. I'm just in love with chromatic aberration.
Okay, we're coming into one of my very favorite parts of the entire arc. And that's when Usopp, more crying.
Yeah.
When Usopp is with Frankie and his sisters, and they're in the basement, and he's saying, "Idiot, stop, I ain't crying. All right, I admit it, you moved me so far to protect your ship." And Frankie has, it's too much, you're breaking my heart. And they've dragged the Mary in, and I'm so happy to see the Mary. And I'm like, oh, maybe the Mary will be okay, and I was wrong. Thank you very much for that. And then instead, Frankie hears the entire story of the friendships lost and the crush. And of course, it's going to impact Frankie the way it does, because Frankie himself has been through so much with his own crew and with his own people. So you could see why this story would absolutely decimate him. And then Usopp is like, no, I'm still going to be a pirate, and I'm going to sail on this ship. And Frankie's like, dude, no, you're not. And he's like, this is my ship and we're going to sail away together and I'm just going to fix her. And he's like, it's time for you to quit making that your goal. And he's telling him like all that was possible. And to see the crush that Usopp has and how when they're talking, he's like, I'll help you take the ship apart. What? No, you're not going to do that. And Usopp really felt that when he had made this camaraderie, that finally he had found somebody who understood his side and his perspective and was like, I'll stand behind you. I see how hard you have fought to keep this ship. And that matters. And this whole story has broken me to tears. I'm going to work to help you. And instead, he's like, look, I'm saying I'll help you dismantle. It's not even funny. Bro, I'm not letting you near her. The Merry-Go is my ship. So when Usopp said that, I think that was, for me, the first moment that I decided that Usopp is also a captain and that he was the captain of the Merry, because he's calling it his ship. He fought for it. And I was like, you know what? Absolutely. And then when Frankie tells him, yeah, I understand, because that thing that you saw would have been Mary. That would have been Mary's spirit. And Mary's spirit wanted you to know how important you were and wanted to keep you safe. And he flattens Usopp and sticks him under the water, and he sees the keel broken and he finally understands. But he's still saying, I'm going to fix you, Mary. I'm going to fix you over and over as much as I have to, Mary. I'm going to fix you. And they're all crying. And he's like, I would knock your long nose off if I could. You can't fix something if the keel is broken. I'm warning you, shut up. I don't want you telling me anything. I knew the Mary was done. I knew she was done. And then he breaks apart and falls on the ground and talks about the moment that he saw Mary in the jungle and he saw the small little person fixing her in the middle of the night. And that's when Frankie tells her, dude, you saw the Klaba Turman. And that Klaba Turman, and that is there for you because, you know, sailors talk about him. He comes out. It means your ship has been well treated as it could possibly be. He has a wooden mallet in his hand. He wears a sailor's raincoat. And when misfortune befalls the ship, he runs around and warns everyone and saves him. And for Usopp to hear that, I think helped Usopp to understand that the Mary was his crew and that the Mary chose him. And that it's okay for him to mourn the Mary and mourn the loss of the Mary. But he has to let her go because he knows she's done and that he's being cruel to her. He doesn't get a chance to go far enough into that, of course, because the worst people in the world so far, the CP9 show up and take over his lair because they think they know where the real blueprints are going to be and they are demanding to have them. And we're like, oh, you rat bastards. And then we go back in time to our amazing flashback after they capture our poor Usopp and our poor Frankie. It was really interesting to me too, because to find out Frankie made all of these ships when he was working for Tom, that were all weaponized, and that he just didn't understand the power of the weapon, and how important it was that when you put something like that out into the world, that you have a responsibility to it. And watching it start coming back and having him understand the bad that he did in this, that was another crying moment where I was like, I can't do this again. I can't cry more. I don't have enough water in the house.
It's so brutal to see Frankie's revelation that making weapons because they're cool is irresponsible and he needs to think about them, but Tom still being like, just because it does something you don't like doesn't. And it's not Tom talking to Frankie about Frankie's ships, it's Tom talking to Frankie about Frankie, saying just because something you build does something you don't like doesn't mean you are able to stop loving it. You have to still love what you're responsible for making, talking about Frankie to him.
It also really feels like, yeah, exactly like you were saying, because it feels like he's saying, like, currently in the place that you are in your life, you feel like you need to make these things Frankenstein's Tom lecturing Frankie and loving your creations. Exactly. Currently, you are going off and building things that I don't approve of. You're creating angst amongst our group. And yet, you are partly my creation because I took you in, because I saved your life. I have a responsibility to you, and I'm not turning my back on you. I've helped to make you who you are. So have others. So even though people abandoned you, Frankie, you can't abandon your creations. And that's gut-wrenching.
Yep. It very, very much is.
So the blueprint is almost done. The idea that he's going to build this great train. I love that Tom is like, yeah, I survived. I told them that I'm going to build this amazing train and that it's going to take people from place to place, and finding out like what a poor spot Water 7 was in prior to this, having seen it in the future and seeing how it's thriving and knowing like what incredible work Tom did and how they were able to have this family. What is that damn frog's name again, who's part of the crew?
Oh god, all I remember is he says Giro, but I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I can't find it here either. Yeah. Yokozuna. Yokozuna. Thank you very much, guys. So Yokozuna is sitting there at the table, and he's just this background character there. And as soon as you would see Yokozuna sitting at the table, and then you remember him swimming to the train and putting himself in front of it and testing his courage, it almost feels like he's punishing himself and he's doing a penance over and over and over again, standing in front of the train because he was unable to protect Tom, because he was unable to be the crew that he needed. Absolutely incredible throwback to see him sitting at the table, and he doesn't even say much, and yet to go back in time and remember that this is the frog that you saw standing in front of the train tracks broke my heart, to think about how much he felt like he failed Tom.
Yep.
This story.
It's beautiful.
It's crushing me to watch them work together as a family, you know, pulling it all together, building the train, laughing, creating these tracks, putting the entire Water 7 in a place where it was finally going to get to survive and thrive. And knowing that that would have saved him, that would have done it. He would have been in a place where he would have saved his life. He could have lived out the rest of his life with his family. Everybody was like, oh my God, I can't believe this exists. People were finally able to get the supplies they needed. Like, it's this huge change. But instead, we meet Spandam.
Yeah. Spandam. Great guy.
Yeah, I've decided I hate him more than almost anyone in One Piece.
Yeah. Not a Span fan.
What's his fruit?
Spandam does not have a fruit.
Why is he smoking?
He might just be smoking.
No. Anyway.
Okay.
Spandam.
Look, you want to make it a prediction? Go for it.
No, his body is smoking in this thing, and I'm trying to figure out why.
I don't remember.
So he was in Cypher poll number 5, and I bet you he's now in Cypher poll number 9. Maybe even near the top, and he's covered in black smoke, and it's permeating him. It's like coming out of his clothes and wrapping around his legs and coming from underneath him. I'm gonna have to look at him later.
Putting so
anyway,
many render effects on this one, but I think it's gonna be worth it.
Anyway, I've decided that he is the worst of the worst of the worst, and I hate him.
Okay. I mean, you're allowed to hate him.
More than almost anything I've ever hated before.
Yeah.
So Spanman comes around and he's like, yeah, I don't want him to get away with things because I know what I want, and I will possess the ancient weapon, and I will bring an age of piracy to a crashing halt. So it feels like Spanman is going to be one of the big evils of the future, who's going to continue to push after them. But it's really weird because he goes, in this moment with Tom, right, the world would be destroyed, but it's up to you two what you do with it now. If things get risky, you can just throw it away if you want. While I'm at it, let me tell you about one of my worries. And down goes the page of Nico Robin. And so we know that he's the one who made him be nervous of Nico Robin and what she could possibly do in the future. And that's why he has this like hate out for Nico Robin. But watching Spanman create the hate and hell and use Frankie's weapon boats against him and have them attacking so that he could take away what was going to be Tom's grand moment of a reprisal from his, and he was going to be forgiven of his earlier crimes. His crimes of, by the way, being friends with Goldie Roger. Like,
well, that's King of the Pirates. Can't be friends. King of the Pirates ain't allowed to have friends.
Yeah, that's the real
you
problem here.
You ever hear guilt by association? That's a term that's very ethical.
I think everybody could agree that guilt by association is the thing that you hope to hear when you're in court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's an ethical statement for certain.
And this was exactly like Nami's earlier story too. I think that he did a lot of kind of bringing Nami's earlier piece into this, because you've got Frankie here who stuck up for Tom, and then what does Tom do? He intentionally fights and pulls all the attention to him. And then when Frankie gets hurt and gets shoved out and Tom dies, Frankie rebuilds himself and becomes cyborg. But Tom pulled all the attention and was like, hell no, I am proud that I aided the man called Roger. And he takes all the firepower on him so that he can save Frankie. But it does not work. Instead, Frankie goes nuts. But you know what? I got to tell you, even though Frankie goes nuts, even though he ends up having to become a cyborg to save himself, I'm really glad that he hit Spandman in the face.
Yeah.
It's
at
just
least there's
feeling.
that.
It's so good feeling, right? Like absolutely phenomenal feeling. You're like, oh, I'm so grateful for you. I wish you could have hit him harder. Is there anything we could hit him more with? Can we hit him 6 more times right upside of the head? Because we need it. I'm also really enjoying reading it in color, because even though it's done in a Viz translation, it also starts off with 2 cover pages, because it's an original Japanese, that it gives you the entire cast of characters, and it's all in Japanese and I can't read it and it won't be translated, but it gives you the entire cast of characters who are going to be in that chapter, which is really cool because I've gone back up to it a few times. But there is this one awful page in here.
Okay.
That I can barely look at.
Okay. I'm so confused what this is going to be.
Well, because Oda just decided to do something in chapter 358. He made a page before the page called Reactivation, and in it, it shows the Mary in like what would be a boat heaven.
Oh, that is sad. I didn't know about that. I didn't know that was a thing.
So it shows the Mary with her great big Jolly Roger sail. And then it has all these animals laughing and swimming in the ocean around her, and a lagoon-looking creature, but it isn't lagoon, and all these other characters swimming around her that appear to come from Sanji's dream. So it's almost like even though the Mary didn't make it there, she did make it there.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's just awful. Oh.
I have terrible news. We need to end as soon as we can because I've run out of art.
Okay. Oh. Okay, make yourself a gin in the meantime. So when we go back in time and we see Frankie crawl himself back up onto the ship, we understand now as a group where that came from and what happened.
Check the Discord.
So we go forward and we see that Iceberg decided to give Frankie the blueprints because he knew that they were going to be looked for and that it had been leaked where they were. It's almost like
panel.
Oh.
We're gonna do the gin. We're gonna do the gin, but that is a good panel suggestion, y'all.
What is it?
Sanji lighting his cigarette and simping for Robin by being like, of course we're still gonna go after her.
Yeah,
What is it?
that is a good one too.
Something about not believing women or something that's somehow phrased romantically.
Oh, yeah. I did not like that.
Well, I mean, look, he's right that Robin was lying about her feelings. In this particular scenario. Not a great life lesson to apply in general.
Don't steal my thunder. Don't steal my thunder for what, Jorkmat?
For giving a woman's lie. Don't steal Mama's thunder. What did I steal? God, this Mary picture is so sad.
Yeah, no, it is.
Add a flash of color to it. Just a second. I'm gonna see if we can do a correction layer quickly.
Yeah, that's Sanji's. A man forgives a woman's lies. That's what it is.
Oh, hey, it turns out if we do a correction layer, the Mary picture's sadder, everybody. Don't worry.
Oh my God. This is worse and worse by the minute. Now I'm going to cry and cry. No.
Yeah, that layer does really make this look so much worse. Oh my God. Why does it hurt so bad with this correction layer on?
Oh my God.
Oh my, I'm getting sad looking at it.
It's actually like hard to talk. I'm having to take a minute.
Oh no. Look, we turn the layer off, not quite as sad. Like a sad picture. We turn the correction layer on. Whoa.
That's awful.
Whoa. This is why we use correction layers, everybody. Just try them out. If you do a good job with your colors, they won't make a difference. If you do a not good job with your colors, they do that for you. They fix it.
That was terrible. Okay, so just to add to the sadness, when they take away Usopp and they take away Frankie, they open the back door. Open the back door, and the water pours out, and Mary is sucked out into sea. And all you see is Usopp standing there crying, screaming, and then it goes, Mary! Oh my heart.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sad. So.
Someone put that in Mary. Oh no. People.
So when all the different members of the Straw Hat are laying on the ground and Mr. Iceberg is regaining consciousness and he realizes what occurred and he feels so bad and he's talking to Nami and he says, I'm so very sorry. I'm so very sorry. I had no idea. I want to talk about Nico Robin. Do you know something? When I came to that town, when you came to the town, did that woman start acting strangely? And then he tells her the whole backstory of Nico Robin and how she was pulled into the fight and how she was forced to take the sides and be with the CP9. And then he said, do you understand, Nico Robin? The blueprints you people are after, they're fake. And then it goes flashing forward. And she says, if it's your simple desire to know that history leads to the destruction of the world, then you should die here and now, Nico Robin. And then she breaks down and she looks at him and says, an emergency order in which 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters and 10 warships assembled at the same location. The target of such a national war class military force cannot survive. Even in the Navy, only 3 admirals and the head of the Navy of the Fleet of Admiral are able to exercise that kind of authority. But this time, through Admiral Ojiki, CP9 obtained the right to activate it just this one time. And so she said, myself accepted, I want the 6 remaining Straw Hat pirates to sail from this island safely. And that's when
they were being threatened by complete destruction from a absolute military attack.
And so that's why Nico Robin had to do what she did, because finally in her life, when she's been hurt, betrayed, and used by so many people, she found people who just loved her for who she was and appreciated what she did.
Look, guys,
and so she decided there was nothing she could do. She had to save them, and her life was worth nothing if they weren't around. So she was willing to do whatever it took. She was willing for them to hate her. She was willing to put her life on the line if it meant that the crew that finally showed her love got to live.
It's pretty brutal.
Oh.
Hey guys, I didn't fuck up. I was gonna do the crossed arms pose, but I came up with a funnier idea. Don't worry.
I'm sorry, person who said that they're now crying in their computer store.
Oh no. Look, it's Water 7. It wouldn't be right if we didn't increase the crying on stream counter even more than during Skypea.
The water is for tears.
That's why they call it that.
And then this was my moment where I was like, this is so Straw Hat. Right here. Now that we know she needs to be saved, our strength will be infinite. That it's so Straw Hat. I can forgive the lies a woman tells. It's just so Straw Hat, this idea that when Robin betrayed them, when Usopp, in their opinion, betrayed them, it weakened them. It weakened their physical strength. It weakened their way to do things. And then when they found out that Robin actually was doing everything that he could to protect them, then Nami is like, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that she didn't betray us. That means that we will have infinite strength if she needs our help. Oh, so good.
It's beautiful.
The fight here at the end when Sanji is trying to decide what to do, and he's at such a loss. He's like, do I get on the ship? Do I not get on the train? I need to go with her. Da, 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 da. And then in the background, Nami is telling all the other Straw Hat members, this is what happened. This is what's going on. And they're like, how are we going to save her?
Someone hit us with the moment emote, by the way.
Oh, I love it when the moment comes up. It's Timu. Thank you, Timu.
Timu, thank you so much.
But you guys help this girl out, and suddenly the entire city of Water 7 that are available, that are out when there's about to be this huge battle. If you're a Jin, you should have, for this, you should have a star in one hand and a mushroom.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. The hand on the hip will turn around to have a star.
You shouldn't just be a mushroom man.
There we go. There we go. We got the mix. The duality.
I like how reticent you are to give it.
I'm going for smug.
All right, smug's good. I like smug.
Oh, you mean reticent about the star? Yeah, no, the star is reticent. The star is in the back.
The star should be in the front.
No, I'm giving the mushroom. The star is being withheld.
You know, I didn't withhold life from you.
I have cast myself as the villain of the Mom Piece streams, and I am A-okay with that. I think it's funnier that way.
Best gin burn ever. Except for I think that gins would be nicer to their mom than you.
I am plenty nice.
Okay. He did such an incredible job of creating that urgency in this last few chapters, where he has like the trying to find Zoro and Luffy and trying to figure out how to get to the train in time and making their way through. And the way that time keeps coming up and everybody's got like a watch in their hand and he's using time over and over again to create this like deep urgency between all of the people who are absolutely breakneck speed running to this thing where there's a collision of all these people's purposes. And he creates such a feeling of being on the edge of your seat for this entire last thing. I was holding my breath. I can't tell you how fast I read it. I burned through these last few chapters because I was like, oh my God, what's going to happen? And it felt like the pace was on fast forward. And I was just like pushing myself through as fast as I could so that I could find out, is Nami going to get there on time? And they're working everything they can. And then what do? They leave early. Like, in what universe does that ever happen? The trope is always that they get there in the nick of time, or they just leave, but somehow they manage to make it. And instead, Oda's like, no, they just leave early.
Yeah,
and
sorry.
You're lucky that Sanji was even there because they're just gone, period. And you're like, you are so Odaing this moment. Like, you're just Odaing it up all
Water
over
7
the place.
really just is, it can't get worse, can it?
Yeah, and it's exactly what I said about reading the road, is that every time you move forward, you're like, oh, and then when we move forward a little bit more, it's not going to get worse. Oh, it did. It got worse. Oh, this person asked about Marco's tattoo.
I'm not putting Marco's tattoo on. I will give myself Marco's shirt.
All right. What an adorable little Jin. Adorable, evil little Jin. And so every single time I'm like, no way, it's not going to get worse. Oh, this is the worst Aqua Laguna we've ever had. Oh, it's completely annihilated the entire lower section. Well, the homes are being decimated. When those people come back, they'll have nowhere to live. Oh, that's sad. Oh, no, it's going to be fine. Oh, no, it's not going to be fine. They took off. The train is actually gone. I'm going to carry you out of the train station. It's actually ripping away the pillars and breaking everything. And then Nami doesn't give up. And she's like, no, we know now that Sanji is with Robin. We'll get to, how do you pronounce the lobby?
Ennis lobby.
Ennis lobby, no doubt about it. And then it shoots back to Sanji, who's just fighting his goddamn way through an entire train. And it's hilarious because it talks about it as being like, in car 1, you have this. In car 2, you have this. And each layer is bigger and bigger stakes. And then you have Sanji, who's almost like in a video game, walking himself car to car.
He's basically in a brawler video game.
Yeah, absolutely. And then he goes to Jerry, the CP6 intelligent member from Karate Island, and Jerry looming over the top of Sanji, and Sanji standing underneath smoking, and it floating up onto Jerry's face. And he tells him, oh yeah, here's what's in this box. Here's what's in this box. And then Sanji's like, okay, well now I know what I need to do. Let's go. It's time for you to get your ass kicked. And the brawling that takes place up the whole way. And then you go back and you've got everybody on their bulls flying through the water trying to find them. And you're like, where the hell are freaking Zoro and Luffy? And the entire leftover people are screaming for them, trying to find them. And you're like, there's no way. They're not going to drown them, are they? There's a possibility. You never know. Oda's done some stuff. Yeah, at this point...
it doesn't feel like Oda's pulling punches.
No, at this point, I'm saying, like, I said to him, he's not going to drown them, is he? And then I was like, you know what? In this arc, maybe. He maybe will.
For what it's worth, he's already drowned Luffy once.
Yes. He absolutely has. So I'm like, holy shit, he actually might drown them. And then the tsunami wave of the Aqua Laguna is coming in across the sand. And they see where Luffy and Zoro are. And you're like, is she actually going to go and get them? Yes. The answer is yes. Nami has some of the most high-stakes bravery ever had. And manages to, they both, and Chopper as well. And Chopper has struggled with bravery. Like, he's had some struggles. And he goes out there and collects Zoro, and together they make it back just in time. But Paulie needs to pull them off the bridge because even the bridge isn't safe. And you're just like, damn, that was so down to the wire. Oda, you are creating the most urgency I have ever felt in any of the things that you've made so far.
There's so much of a sense of a ticking clock.
Yeah. And so I said earlier that Oda is really, he loves time and he uses time inside of his work. And in this case, he's used it in a way that as you're reading it, it feels like you can feel the time running out. And you're just staring at like a sand timer and it's just going through. And then he pauses for a minute. It's considered one of the mightiest summit of the forces of justice in the world, the Navy headquarters. And in the other are rows of torture chambers and execution blocks, dangerous prisoners who've rampaged the world over and are confined there. It's the great underwater prison in Pell Down. There's no way we can wait until morning. Nami is Namiing. Oh my God, I'm a little concerned. I really need to think about where I put
Well,
Nami.
we got half an hour left before we hit the 4-hour limit. This is just a review episode, and it's going to be edited like an hour and a half at minimum.
This is the longest freaking thing I've ever read. Like it's so big and it's so dense. Okay.
No, I don't blame you for it being long. It's just, damn, this is going to be a long one.
Our crewmate is waiting for us. Get out of our way. Oh, Luffy. And then they stand, the rest of the Straw Hats stand there against everyone else. And that's when Kokoro says, you know what? Come with me. I'll send a sea train out for you. And you're like, yeah, baby, yes, yes. And boy, do we ever get to see a sea train.
The Rocket Man, the Model 1 sea train.
So incredible. And when we go back onto the train and we're just watching Sanji making his way through the entire frickin' thing, and then he comes into where Usopp is. Sanji, what are you doing on the sea train? Well, I'd like to ask you the same thing, but I'm afraid we haven't been introduced to you over there. He just stops and communicates with the people back there. Sanji is one of, we've said it before, like at Alabasta and a few other places, Sanji is constantly coming in clutch. He's like, I'm afraid I'm going to need to, all right, I guess I'll do it. And if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it with panache. I'm Sanji. So the fight between them is incredible. And then Captain T-Bone from the back looks kind of like the Weird Knight. He's got that same look.
Yeah. I love Captain T-Bone's vibe being like a good dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I do too. And he looked like exactly like the Weird Knight. And I really love that because it made me trust him. Like it made me think there was more to him right away. The Rocket Man, I can tell you for sure that is the greatest name for it. It couldn't have a better name. It's amazing. And I love that Iceberg and Kokoro decide to take it out and they're like, no, you could never do this. Let's do this together. And we are going to be a part of your Straw Hat crew. Please take us with you. The Galila guys said you were going to Enos Lobby. Our bro was abducted by the government. We want to go after him, but we can't get through Aqua Laguna. And to have them be Luffy, listen to all their things, and then go, you know what? Get on.
Let's just go fight the government.
Another clutch Luffy moment where he really understands what it means to be in people's corner and to care. Is that 365? I'm not allowed to read any further? I think it is.
I think so. The second the Rocket Man takes off is when I wanted to stop.
And I really wanted to, like I told you, it was, that's killing me. I can't believe that I had to stop.
Here's the thing. While next time we're only reading up to the end of the train, which I don't remember the chapter, but I'm gonna look this up real quick.
Right.
Water 7 arc. So that's where we're leaving off. But while next book club is only going to be talking about up to the end of Water 7 proper, which is chapter 374. So it's only another like 8 chapters, barely anything. Tiny little section. You are going to get to read ahead because the next arc is a long one. And I feel like if you don't get to take a bite out of it ahead of time, like we did for Water 7, it's going to be hard to get through. Make sense?
I'm going to be honest, these all feel like one arc.
They really are. It's just One Piece arcs are separated by location. That's, for whatever reason, what we've decided as a community we do. So they really are one big story arc. However, that being said, Enies Lobby is considered its own thing, so that's going to be its own big video. And when you finish the Sea Train, it's only 8 chapters, feel free to read ahead because you're going to need more than a week to read Enies Lobby, I feel like, and really take it in.
Yeah, this does feel like exactly what Death Lotus Deity was saying. It feels like it's all Water 7, and this is kind of like the appetizer to what's going to happen next. But as an appetizer, what Oda gave us was tears. For your appetizer, I'd like you to have some tears.
It's wild how many times it gets worse. And it feels like it's going to be such a good time. You show up and you're like, I'm ready to party. There's a new island. Can't wait to see what the local bad guy we need to deal with. And it's like, oh, no bad guy. The mayor's a really nice dude. And you start to feel nervous. Like, what do you mean he's a really nice dude? Isn't there like a tyrant? Nope, no tyrant.
Everything about this when you came in, it's beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful locations we've ever been in. It's absolutely like everything is so cool. And you want to walk around the town and you're like, oh, let me see more of this place. Like, I need to see everything. And then he's like, hey, take a look at everything, including take a look over here at the Mary. Oh, take a look at Luffy and Usopp. Take a look at Robin. You're just like, stop, man.
Yeah, more and more loss, more and more suffering. Absolutely, there are arcs we're going to be splitting up eventually. There is a point we want to get to by January that we can't get to if we're going to be splitting things up. And then we're going to be splitting them up pretty substantially. Like the most recent finished arc in the manga, I'm planning on doing 4 or maybe 5 parts because it's so huge.
Okay, so let's do our closing things. We've got a bunch of new devil fruits.
Oh my god, yeah, we have the Door fruit, we have the leopard fruit, the cat fruit model leopard. Actually, do we have more than that? Cyborg's not a fruit.
I have an idea. Why don't we wait until all of these that should all be called Water 7 but aren't, and then I'll fruit it up.
For fruit, yes, I think so, but I think we can do MVP section by section because the MVPs are going to be very different on the Sea Train, Enies Lobby, and Water 7.
Yes, 100%.
Okay, so this is Luffy's top 5 presented by Luffy.
This is Luffy's top 5. Luffy is number 0.
Yeah, Luffy wins, and now who else is on the list?
Yeah, so number 1 for me in this arc wasn't even a question.
Okay.
I just immediately was like, dude, you're my number 1, and I'm so sorry I didn't put you there before, but it's the Mary.
Oh, don't make me cry. Oh, Mary.
So,
oh. Yeah. All right. This is where you're at the Oscars and there's the in memoriam section.
Yeah. Full no question. Mary is my number 1. And then yeah, I did it to myself too. Green, dude, I can't stop crying.
In the arms of an angel.
No, dude. I just feel like I wish I'd put her there before and recognized, but I really felt like if he was going to do that, it was going to be so much later, and I knew it was coming, and yet still not ready. And I told myself that just because I knew that she had an ending date didn't mean that I wasn't going to love her in the meantime. I'm a little regretful.
Yeah.
And so I'm still crushed, but I'm glad I got to enjoy her, and I wish I'd put her on earlier, but here she is now.
It's so sad.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, when we're talking about enjoyment,
Uh-huh.
it's really, really hard because
There's so many characters.
there are so many characters who came alive in this piece. And I can't put Usopp with Luffy, but that's kind of what I would have done as some of them because
Mm-hmm.
they're both, because for me, they're both acting as captains here. I really see them as being in tandem. But
Mm-hmm.
then also, I'm talking about what for me is such a standout. And so I think what was such a standout for me in this one is Usopp number 2.
Okay. Mary number 1, Usopp number 2, Luffy Mr. Zero.
Ooh, this is such a hard arc.
Yeah. There's a lot of characters who did amazing here.
Yeah, and part of me wanted Frankie to be number 2, and I don't want to talk myself off
Usopp.
of Usopp.
I feel like number
Um,
3 is a great place for Frankie if we were wanting to slap him on.
yeah, I'm gonna do, yeah, number 3 will be Frankie.
Okay. Why is this?
Even though I kind of want, you know what? No, number 3 is not Frankie.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm gonna
put her last. Like don't put her on until every other slot is filled.
Okay. Number 3 is Nami.
Okay. You got to say why now.
Okay. So
you have to keep her on the board while saying why.
Okay, so I looked back
people are
at
saying
this.
No. People are pointing out no Robin in the top 3.
Dude.
Uh-huh.
I'm not taking Nami off for Robin. Quit trying this.
Well, look, all I'm saying is Robin.
Should. So the reason that is Nami is from the second that we entered Water 7, she is the one who bargains, gets them more money. Yep. She's the one that leads them in the right direction, is like, this is what we have to do. She accepts things first. She's the one who's always holding on to the hope of the crew. And she's being a go-between everyone. Every time you turn around, there's Nami telling people, no, that's not it. Hold on to strength. Finding Usopp when he's injured, going back and organizing everything, coming back. Like, Nami is in every corner. And then on top of everything else, in the moment where Nami is sitting there with Iceberg, and he says that, and she starts crying, and then she says, well, now that we know this, then we're going to have unlimited strength. For that alone, that Nami for me felt like the emotional barometer of this arc, that we knew what things were doing because we just followed how Nami was feeling.
All right.
Don't take Nami off. Don't take Nami off.
Yep. That's the mission.
Okay, so number 3 is Nami. She was awesome.
Yeah. Now we have a Robin and a Frankie that feel like they are contenders at this point for how much they did for this.
I put Frankie out at 3.
No, you switched and put Nami at 3.
No.
What?
I put Nami at 4.
I'm pretty sure you said Nami at 3, but the thing is, it's a misspeak, but my tendency to put literally what you say on the countdown. If this means, even though it's from a misspeak, not changing your mind.
Did I say
you said Nami at 3. You did, meaning that it happened again in a new way. In a new way it happened again, but it did happen again. It's in this circumstance, it's because you said it wrong, but it still happened. That's so funny, though.
Sorry, Nami. Oh, that is ridiculous.
You thought you said 4? You said 3.
Okay, Nami is 4. And Frankie's 3. Frankie's 3.
Okay. How did it happen again?
Okay. Ridiculous. Oh.
Is number 5 Robin?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait. Oh.
You can't bump a woman off the board again.
Number 5 is Robin, but what about frickin'... What about... Okay, what do we got here? Mary is number 1.
Yeah.
Usopp is number 2.
Yeah.
Number 3. Number 3 is Frankie.
Yeah.
Number 4 is Nami, I hope.
Yep.
And number 5 is Robin, but then Sanji. Sanji has been Sanjiing.
Sanji was pretty great. But at this point, if you were going to include him, we're not beating the allegations of sexism because you're having to kick a woman off the board, I think.
You know what? I can't, man. I can't make her move down anymore. But the problem is that...
No. It's so funny that it happened again, even though it's for a different reason.
Okay, so here's the problem.
No! Yeah? What's the problem?
No, I can't. Because there's also, Nami is the one who ran around. She gathered everyone together. Then she's the one that went out and retrieved Luffy when Luffy was in the middle of a tidal wave and came out. No, Nami stays.
Okay. Look, sometimes there's just more than 5 great characters.
Nami stays. It was so close, but no, Nami stays.
I'm very glad.
I mean, she did get bumped down a little by accident, but that was by accident.
God, that's so fucking funny, though.
No, Iceberg's not on there, guys. There's too many good people. Like, do I wish? Yeah, I do, but...
We all wish there was room for Iceberg on the list.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that was so funny.
I can't believe how close she came to being demoted right off the damn board again. I had to remind myself. I had all these notes about Nami.
The thing is, you didn't demote her this time, but you accidentally did by a new method. Yeah. It's like a curse.
I didn't even mean to. It's like the world wants to watch her fall down.
God damn.
Also, I was pretty mad at Zoro for getting himself stuck in a fireplace.
Narwhals. It's always awesome when people get over their prejudice.
Oh God, it's amazing.
It's okay.
Let me just look through this.
I have a feeling you'll be putting a woman in a very high spot in the future at some point.
I think that Robin, the reason I wasn't originally worried about Robin is I think she's about to go way up, because if we're taking Robin over here, we're about to hear a backstory. I said it before. You can't show that picture of Robin when she's young and then not have a backstory moment coming up. So I think that Robin is going to have a big old jump. I just wanted to say that the Mary dying and the crew surviving really felt symbolically like it was a combination of all the members deciding to continue on, like with a choice that they were moving forward together and they were choosing to be on the journey together, because the Mary was their ship and it took them over, and it was small and accomplished the things that she needed to do. And she did all these great big things, even though she was a really little ship and she should never have been able to do such big things. And the crew all kind of got caught up in the whirlwind of this idea of, I'm going to be a pirate king. And they all came together and they all banded together and became straw hats. But it was ragtag. And then they would be forced into this love with each other. And it was this found family. But when the Mary dies, now they have to choose to stay a crew. And now they know what the dangers are and they know what the things they are that they're fighting against. And they have to choose to get a new boat, to have a new vehicle that takes them and move forward together with purpose. So when they do it, they're going to know why they're moving forward and they're going to know what to expect. And so it feels like by the Mary passing away, that the crew is going to be bonded together in purpose in a different way than they could have been before. And I understand why Oda did it, because you kind of need to kill off a crew member. I just forgot that Mary was a crew member until I realized she was when they went to kill her.
Because they're not going to kill Usopp or Robin or Nami or something like that it probably until the very end. If a crew member is going to die, it's at the very end of the series. But you're right, you need something. You need a sense of loss. You need something to make us take the Grand Line seriously, to take the world of piracy seriously. And
exactly. And so it kind of represents how the trials and tribulations of pursuing your dream are going to come at a cost. And it requires you to choose and recommit, especially when things get bad, if you think you're going to succeed. Like, you have to recommit, you have to choose to do it, and you have to remember that if you let those things knock you down, then you were never worthy to have those dreams. Okay. And so your world can implode, but you have to reinvent yourself and your circumstances, and that's why dreams don't die.
We got to give special props to Narwhals for using channel points to modify an emote to turn the Mama Drop crying emote black and white and typing on the deck of an angel.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times now, and it's just amazing.
That's funny. That's so good. Everybody, thank you so much for sticking around for our pretty long but very fun discussion about Water 7. I love Water 7 because I love to suffer and cry and feel sad about stuff, and boy howdy does this give us ample opportunity.
This person has a thing they want to whisper to you. Go to join our
yeah, join the Discord and you can DM me. I accept public DMs on Discord.
Yeah. Everyone, I had so much fun crying and crying over and over again.
Corkboard is next week after the train, yes. Sorry.
Corkboard is going to be next week. Apparently it's short enough, and then I have a whole bunch of things in here that I started thinking after reading this one. This was one of my very favorite arcs. I do feel like I'm ending it before it's done. I feel like we're still arcing this, but thank you guys. So, oh, we forgot to do the plug.
Oh my God, we did. Do we do it now and then flash it back into the past?
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Everybody count us down. Count us in. Hi, YouTube. There we go. 6, 5, 1, 100, 25, 5, 9, 5. Go, go, go.
Hi, everyone. We're super glad to see you here today. I hope you enjoyed watching the Drop Show and coming with us to Water 7, the tearfuliest tearful place that I've been in a long time, where Oda tries to suck your soul out. If you enjoy being part of our group with this and you want to be on our crew, then please subscribe and crew up and press the like button. The only one that it helps if you don't subscribe is YouTube, because they'll do a good algorithm and give it to you whether you subscribe or not. So it's only helping us if you do. And we have such a good time doing these things with you. Why don't you consider coming to Twitch sometimes, because you can't imagine the stuff you don't hear.
Do you want to, while I'm working on this, really quick read the next chapter so that we leave these people with a gift?
Okay, but we don't have much time. It maximizes.
We don't. We got 10 minutes, though.
Okay, guys, do you want me to read this quickly? Okay. So they shoot under, and Kokoro says, "Rocket Man is exiting canal. Everyone get ready." And the rocket shoots out of the side, just over beside number 3. "We flew out. Nay. All right, the sea train is out. We're going to sortie too. Go, Sodomu, Gomorrah." And they go flying into the water. What's that thing flying out towards us? And right behind them is, what the hell is that? Sodom and Gomorrah, the Frankie family's personal king bulls. Mr. Straw Hat, we're the Frankie family, so 50 members strong. We're in your debt. Those are some humongous Yagera bulls. They're the king bulls, top-ranked bulls, fit for even the roughest seas. Fire hitching gun. Oh, for the love, these jerks. Thanks for the lift. Don't push your luck. Those bulls, by the way, can we just take a moment for them and say, you are stunning?
Big fan of Sodom and Gomorrah?
Big fan of them. Now for the tracks. The waves have carried them off quite a ways, but I've been looking over the sea train since the beginning. Don't underestimate me. There they are. Emergency contact from the engineer's cabin. We're going to pick up the tracks in a second, at which point our speed will increase rapidly. Hang on tight. Injuries will be minor. So we're going to get injured no matter what? Here we go. Slowly, you see the train move over, move over, move over. The tracks come towards it. The tracks come towards it, and boom! Just a smidge more, Granny. A little more to the right. Meow, meow. Chimney, Gombi, you came with us. Ha ha! Yeah, we did. Good heavens! Hurry inside. You'll be blown away. Huh? Says the boat, and then the tracks catch on, and it flies. What do you mean? Into the tiny print. Whoa, we can't stay outside in these conditions. Oh man, that's some serious acceleration. That was acceleration. I told you this is a runaway train. He's not lying. This is a runaway train. The enemy who took our crewmate is the same criminal who tried to kill Mr. Iceberg. Since it's obvious, no use trying to stop you. I'm joining your fight. Mind you, this has nothing to do with the galley law. I'm operating on my own. Paulie, we figured if we followed you, we'd be able to find Mr. Iceberg's enemies. So we hid in the goaltender together. And we figured rightly so. Let us join your fight. And that enemy is, of course, the same one who took our brother Frankie away. That's right. We know exactly who they are, too, says the sisters. Yo, Galila, if anything happens to bro, you better take responsibility. Shut up. Mr. Iceberg's the one who's hurting the most here. Paulie, give us an explanation first. You know who they are, don't you? The real criminals. And I want to hear you say it. We're not that dense. We've got a pretty good idea. We won't be shocked by anything. Well, since they suddenly disappeared without any reason, I guess you'd be suspicious, all right. I'll be frank. The masked guys were really Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, and Bluno from the bar. Those four were secret agents for the government, and they tried to kill Mr. Iceberg. Shockface. What? That though hadn't even entered your head? Who the heck did you think it was? Michael from the hotel, from the back alleys? Yeah. Who the heck is he? I added hell. You're welcome. Well then, Frankie Family, Galila shipwrights, we have problems with each other in town, but from here on out, we've got the same enemy. Of all the people we'll be fighting in a little while, the strongest is the pigeon guy. I'll definitely be the one to send him flying. That's right. This is a fight to take back from those four what they took from us. If we don't get him, none of this will ever end. It's Aqua Laguna, Granny. Hey, that's right, Mrs. Kokoro. Is this okay for you to be our engineer in this cab? I told you, didn't I? Rocketman is a runaway sea train. My job was just getting the train on the tracks. Even if I tried to steer, the throttle wouldn't work. That means this train is always going full throttle. No one can stop it now. The train's about to collide with a huge wave. Luffy, we're already heading in the same direction, and it would be pointless for us to fight separately. Do you hear me? We're comrades. Hands in the center. And we all have comrades waiting for us on the other sea train. We'll be united in our battle. Snurfle, snurfle, says the seahorses outside. We're not letting any waves do us in. We're going to accomplish what we came for. Here we go. Good God, that's a huge wave. My God, Oda, make it smaller. All right, people, show me what you can do about this wave. The Frankie family won't cower from a wave. Ready the cannon. Roger. Heave. Oh. Oh my God, the phone is ringing. Why is it in Nami's top and her boobs? It's ringing. The baby transponder snail. Meanwhile,
that's just good storage.
Honk honk up ahead, puffing Tom. Hey you, yes, Captain T-Bone, car 5. What is the wound? Oh, I was bitten by a bug a while ago and I scratched, but it started to bleed. That's unacceptable. It must be staunched immediately. Use this. Rips off his cape. That should do it. When my subordinates shed blood, it's my own heart that is injured. Yes, Captain. And on this day, let the world be peaceful and kind. Ooh, his face is really scary. Captain T-Bone, Navy Headquarters, hobby, saving people. Motto, 100 good deeds per day. Captain T-Bone, bad news. What is it? Is there anything I can do? Even if it destroys his body, it shall be done. The official in cars 6 and 7 have been wiped out, and we've lost the track of 2 criminals. What did you say? We don't know whether there's an intruder or criminals that have escaped. Help! Start a rescue operation immediately. Report all the situation in the cars. Nami, can you hear me? Yeah, is that you, Sanji? Yeah, thanks to the presence of a couple of idiots over here, things have gotten a bit nasty. And done.
Alrighty. I love T-Bone so much. He comically good.
Looking at his face is a bit scary, but I love that he's like, what is it? I'll do whatever needs to be done. We're at 4:28. I ended at the right spot.
Yeah, no, you did.
Yeah.
This worked out. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm so glad we got to talk about Water 7. I'm so glad the series has gotten this far and that we have so many people with us on the journey. It is just such a blast.
Absolutely. Thank you, T-Bo, for using your moment so effectively. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's been an absolute awesome time. Water 7 was horrifying and amazing.
It was so good. Oh, thank you guys so much. This is such a blast. I am going to get this edited as soon as possible. It might take a while because this was 4 hours, so we will see. We should be able to get the corkboard from last week up tomorrow or the next day. And until next time, everybody, it's been lovely talking to you. Now, let's figure out someone to raid, because I didn't do it before again. Let's see. Let's
recommended channels.
Yeah, let's just go to my main screen and see if there's anyone recommended that seems nice. Well, I'm not sending y'all to the Pokemon Company. They don't need anything.
What about just Bob Ross?
Bob Ross doesn't allow raids because they want raids to go to people who are active streamers.
That makes sense.
They have more to
benefit. That's kind. Good for you, Bob Ross. That's wonderful. Pick anything. I like to raid.
Look, I'm just gonna see what people suggest because I can't see anything that seems appealing. What do we got? Alicia X Life again. They're on. Let's just do it. Let's do it again. Oh, Small Ant Mom. Is she streaming? Absolutely. Small Ant lives in Prince George.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, he's a really big deal, and his mom started streaming because of his stream. We're rating Small Ant Mom. Small Ant's mom is a streamer, and I really love Small Ant's content. He lives in Prince George. He's great friends with his mom. His mom's on all the time. This is a great raid. I'm thrilled about it. Let's send everybody over.
I bet he doesn't gin his mom.
Probably not, because he's not the villain of his story. All right. Bye, everybody. Until next time, it's been lovely talking to you, and let's go from one mom to another. They've been sent out. That's exciting. Small Ant Mom. That's great.